How are you today? Are you enjoying your stay here? You know, this place belongs to you. I am only a custodian. Is it true? Now, the subject matter for tonight's lecture should be interesting for those who like to practice, because this Vidya is considered to be secret of secrets. How much can I explain and how much can be benefited? It depends upon us both. This interaction between teacher and student is called Diksha. Now there are 4 categories of Diksha. Initiation, what you call. What do you give to your teacher when you go for initiation? The Upanishads say samit pani, dry sticks, with all humility and love. These days people offer checks, fruits, fish, because it's needed these days. But during that time, teacher used to take all the responsibilities for students' boarding, lodging, and teachings. You hardly find any teacher like that today, and you don't find students also like that. Many of you have read what Samit Pani means, you see, and send me bundle of sticks, you see, by mail. You see, so during Guru Purnima day, I received at least 20 bundle sticks through mail. It means I have nothing to offer and you don't need anything. These dry sticks are my sanskaras. You should burn the fire of knowledge and burn all those sticks. Please accept this. From ancient times, there are 4 categories of Diksha. Yoga Diksha, initiating you into awareness, because from the very beginning, since your childhood, you have been taught to see, examine, verify things in the external world. No school, no college, no university teaches you how to look within, how to find within, how to verify things within. Therefore, you establish a home, you establish a world of yours, and you talk to people and live in the external world. Say, this is my country, this is my nation, this is my society, this is my family. But you do not know yourself. You are a stranger to yourself. Yet you establish a relationship with others, a claim to love them, you see, and always expect to be loved. So, there is disaster in our family setup these days. But that starts from within, because you do not know yourselves. In my opinion, before somebody gets married, he or she should go somewhere to understand one's own being, one's own self for some time, and then establish in the world. More than 65% of divorces are the result of this ignorance. You see. Because of ignorance. And first of all, you should know that when you are initiated in Yoga Vidya, so first you are taught few exercises, you are made aware that you have a body, physical body, though you are not body alone. But body is important. You see, you have to learn to look after your body. It cannot help you on the path of enlightenment, but it can disturb you, it can create obstacles for you. Therefore, body should be looked after. That initiation in which body awareness is expanded is called Yoga Diksha, in which a teacher tells you to recite Gayatri Mantra and Mahamrityunjaya Mantra. They are not considered to be mantras given by Guru. They are must. Yoga Diksha is another step of Diksha, in which when a teacher or Guru sees a block, something which is creating barrier for the student, and finds the student miserable, though honest, then that Diksha is given, that mantra is given, that method is given, so that she or he is free from that block, from that barrier. That's called Upadeksha. Third is called Jnana Diksha. Jnana Diksha leads you to attain intuitive knowledge. That is meant and that is reserved for the renunciates and monks, in which Maha Vakyas are imparted to the students because they have renounced the world. Renouncing world does not mean dropping your body, not being responsible and not doing your duties. That's a false notion. Renouncing world means anything that you consider yours is not yours actually. You see, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. When you were born, you came to this world, there was nothing. You did not have anything. When you leave this platform, you don't carry anything with you. You don't have to claim anything that this is mine. You see. To those who renounce that concept that this is mine, this is mine, this is mine, they are called renunciates. But the people who live in the world as householder are not inferior to those who have renounced. Why they are considered to be higher? Because they have ample time to attain their goal, while the people, householders, do not have enough time. They get busy, they get distorted, they get dissipated in the external world. Their desires are 99% mundane desires, while renunciates' desires, 99% are desires for emancipation. They both have desires. One desire is totally for emancipation, another desire is to have worldly pleasures, worldly gains, worldly attainments. So householders should not be lost in the world forgetting their goal, because goal of the renunciates and monks and goal of the householders or ordinary people or common people is one and the same. They are not different. We all need enlightenment. We all need to attain the goal of life. What is that goal of life? You often say God. But when you study scripture and finally come to conclusion, that doesn't make any sense. You need to attain a state of peace, happiness and bliss. You see. And if you have attained peace, happiness and bliss, then that is called God. If you have not, then you are worshipping, adoring and believing in a God who is not God. So that Diksha, Upayoga Diksha is given for a specific purpose, because teacher says, my student is very honest. He or she come with honesty to me. So somehow or other, this block which is hindering, which is creating a barrier for the student should be removed, and there is a specific way the teacher gives a special mantra for that. Mantra potency is highest of all potency. I don't say that I have attained the highest or all that a mantra can do, but I have examined and seen. You see, miracle of miracles. Once I was traveling towards Gangotri in deep Himalayas, from where Ganges, you see, flows, with my master. And there is a place that is called Harsil. Avalanche started coming down. Avalanche, thousands of bombs, and one avalanche, where the dirt and rocks, snow, all mixes, and then mountain breaks, and comes down. So I was scared. I caught hold of him. I was 7 to 8 years of age. And I said, now we are going to die. You see, this avalanche is going to destroy. He looked at me and said, you keep quiet. And there was no way for us to run this side or go forward, because we were trapped. He wouldn't ever stop whenever he walked. That was his, So he did like this. He always used to say, And I was the only interpreter of that What do you mean? When I used to feed him, he said, means he wants more or not. A glass of water. You see. So I interpreted his very well. So he said, And we walked. And when that is a quite half a mile distance, we crossed. He did like that. And that avalanche started coming down. And during that time, that blocked even the course of the river Ganges, which created a, unprecedented disaster in India during that time. Blocked the river. It became a huge lake, you see. Many times I saw like that. And I used to say, I said, you are not teaching me this. You are not teaching me this. He said, this will come according to your practice and experience. Don't hanker for all these so-called powers. Don't do that. Human potentials are immense. If you study the lives of great people, whenever they said, it's not we, it's God has done. Why did they say that? It is done through them. Why did they say that it's God has done? Are they lying? Because if they said that it has been done by us, it will feed their ego. The greatest of all barriers in the path of enlightenment is ego. Ego is needed as far as external attainment, external world is needed. Mundane things in the world are needed. It creates a serious problem when you want to attain spirituality. And that habit which you form, this is my body, this is my breath, this is my mind. When somebody is feeling pain, you don't feel because of ego. Ego has created a block for you, isolated yourself from the whole, and that is why you have become a small, miserable, you see, unit. You feel helpless, sorry for yourself, because of ego. When you understand your internal self, as you function outside with 2 legs and 2 arms and hands and other senses, there is a human in you that you inside should also be understood. And for that you will have to learn a special dialogue, communicating with yourself. You see. So third Diksha is Jnana Diksha, which is given to the renunciates and monks by imparting the wisdom, knowledge which leads to emancipation through intuitive knowledge. Now, let me tell you, there are varieties of knowledge. A confused mind also uses the senses because senses have been employed by your mind. That confused mind or that clouded mind, that unclarity doesn't allow you to see things as they are. Like ghost on the post. A man genuinely wanted to renounce the world. He told his wife and children, your children are grown up, they are able to look after you, and you are weak, you cannot walk with me, go to the mountain, do, you see, this interior research. So better be at home, give me permission so that I can attain the goal of life. He took permission of his wife. The wife understood, you see, because whole life he complained, well, because of you I cannot become a Swami, because of you I cannot become a nonsense. Sometimes men threaten their wives on this issue. If you do not behave, I'll become a Swami. So a man at Kanpur used to always bully his wife, always tell her this. So she came crying. I said, what's the matter, my kid? He troubles me all the time that he's going to become a Swami. I said, tell him, please become a Swami. So once he said, every day you tell me you threaten me, you want to become a Swami. Why do you not become a Swami? Why are you asking me? And he cried, he said, you don't love me anymore. You see. So you use such things to control each other. That is not establishing a good relationship. Good relationship is established when you two live and work like 2 wheels of the same chariot, whose goal is to attain enlightenment, freedom from fears, pains and miseries. That understanding should be developed. It is not a task of one man, but 2 can help each other and go attain that distance. This is the meaning of married life. If it is missing, if there is no spirituality, that married life can never be happy. Why Catholics like to get married to Catholic families? Because they both have only one spiritual idea. Why Lutherans like to get married to Lutheran girls? You see, if your concepts, convictions are different, no matter how much you disperse from the external world, yet you'll always feel, my husband does not go to the church I believe in, I go to the different church. So, spiritual teacher gives you yoga diksha to remove that specific problem where he finds that my student's progress is hampered. And then that renunciates diksha is called Jnana Diksha. But fourth Diksha is unique. And that's called Sambhavi Diksha. Even the learned people don't understand what it is called. Sambhavi Diksha. You have heard about Swami Vivekananda. His name was Narendra Datta. When he came to Ramakrishna Paramhans, he argued with him. He argued with him so much he was annoyed, Ramakrishna Paramhans. He said, what a peaceful life I have been leading. And this boy comes and argues, and sometimes talks nonsense, One day, a sage came, Swami came, and stepped on him and put his foot over his chest, and he became unconscious. And when he came out to the consciousness, he was completely transformed. Same thing happened with Guru Nanak in a different way. For 3 days, he was completely unconscious. Same thing happened with the Jewish prophet Moses when he went to the mountain for 40 days. Same thing happened with Buddha. That last step of Diksha, where, according to the scripture, Shiva himself gives Diksha. Shiva means here the Lord of yogic sciences. Even Vaishnavas say and accept this. The Shiva is the Lord of yogic sciences, and that's called, Shiva is the teacher of that Diksha. Shambhavi Diksha. All great men who have led the nations somehow got that Diksha. See, complete transformation. You see, it's not a change, it's complete transformation. There is difference. You cannot, smell from your ears, no matter how much you are enlightened. But you are transformed from within. Your thinking is different, your feeling is different, your knowing is different, your whole life's concept changes. You see. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, many such great sages. I used to remember a mantra by birth. Nobody taught me. So when my master gave me first time mantra, I smiled, I said, I already know it. What a new thing. He said, son, I am confirming this, that you are right. Yes, many times I used to feel, nobody gave me this mantra, I remembered it. You see, all the time, wherever, many times I used to forget. I had book in my hand and I would remember the mantra and wouldn't study, and my teacher would slap me. You see. And he knew that problem. He said, now I am telling you how to use it. You see. In all these dikshas, mantra is always given. What is mantra? You are confused by that. A word, a sound, a set of sound or words. Which are not made by human beings, actually, which are heard by the sages in deep meditation. Shweta Upanishad explains about it. Mahanirvana Tantra talks about variety of diksha, if anybody wants to note. Teacher gives diksha according to the ability of the student and circumstances. But that Shambhavi Diksha means Shiva himself, the Lord of yogic sciences himself, imparts that knowledge to the student. Before a goldsmith starts making ornament, he puts gold into the fire. When gold is purified, then he makes the ornaments. That's fire. First, you are prepared for that. Now, where is that Shiva? Comes down from the heaven? And where are we committing mistakes? You are meditating, nothing is happening. Something is happening not the way you expect. Not the way I expect, at least. I expect that you would be meditating and coming to me, Swamiji, I feel joy. Here you come disappointed, Swamiji, nothing is happening. Sri Vidya is highest of all sadhana, very specialized. And there are 3 pockets in India where this Vidya grew and was practiced. Bengal, Kerala and Kashmir. In Bengal, God has developed this Vidya. As you say Brahman, the highest. As you say God, they said Goddess. They start worshipping Lord in the form of Mother. Through devotion, through leading the emotion and leading that emotion to the highest of peak of ecstasy. And there is a way and method of doing that. It's easy to organize your thinking process. You can do that. You can analyze your thinking process. But there is no psychology in philosophy or sadhana up to this time. There is sadhana. And no psychology and philosophy that analyzes your emotional problems. That can deal with your emotional problems, but that cannot be analyzed. Because it's something constant. That fish of emotion that disturbs the lake of your mind is always there. A new wave comes all the time. Today you have this emotional problem, tomorrow you have that emotional problem. On the surface, therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists can deal with, but deep down, no one can deal it. Should they remain unsolved, unresolved? No. You should know how to deal with them. If you do not know how to live with yourself, how do you expect yourself to live with others? If you are not at peace with yourself, how can you have a peaceful home? If you do not love yourself but appreciate and admire yourself, how can you appreciate and admire others? Whole life you expect some will come down and love me. See the dreams all young girls have. Their prince of dreams will come down and one day take them, you see, and accept as a wife. Every girl dreams. Same thing happens with boys. A day will come, I will meet somebody, a lady, and who will establish my home and give me love. It never happens. That which you call love is called giving. When you learn to give, then what you receive after giving, that is called love. You never get unless you receive. You have no right to get, no right to receive. This sort of teachings are absent in our home lives. We do not teach our children how to give. Not to outsiders, in the family, with the family members. Charity begins from home. When you teach your children from the very beginning how to give, that foundation will lead you, will help you in later life. That's why I always say, if children are suffering, it's not they are not suffering, it's parents who suffer. Who are the responsible people for the sufferings of the children? You see. If the student of a teacher suffers, it's the teacher who's responsible. If they are really students, it's the teacher's responsibility. You see. So let us have that responsibility towards ourselves. And we cannot have unless we understand what is Vidya. Vidya means knowledge normally. But there is something that is called avidya too. Absence of knowledge. In first step, anything we conceive through our senses, perceive, and then we try to conceptualize. That's not the knowledge. That's not considered to be right knowledge. Because your mind is clouded and your mind has employed 10 senses which you are using in the external world. That clouded owner of the 10 senses, master, misleads you, and whole life you remain in a world of fantasy and never come in touch with the reality. So therefore that is not considered to be knowledge. Knowledge through senses is not perfect. It's a partial knowledge. Suppose you tell somebody, I said, are you speaking truth to me? You said 50%. What do you mean by that? Means you are lying constantly. There is nothing like 50% truth and 50% lie. Therefore, you should learn to understand yourself. In Sri Vidya, there is one thing very wonderful, and that is, you don't have to visit the temple. You can. A student of Sri Vidya can go to synagogues, temple, church, Shiva temple, Krishna, any temple, doesn't matter. For him and her, everything is one and the same. It's not the worship of a woman, mother. It's not worship of man, father. It's the worship of Brahman. Not even worship of neuter gender. You see, the absolute truth, which is changeless, which is not subject to change, death and decay. That which is limitless, that infinite, for whom we do not have words, which is beyond explication, which cannot be explained, which is inexplicable. You see. But the method here is, your deha, your body is a shrine. First point the teacher says. You can visit any place. External world inspires you. Anything in the external world. Even teacher will inspire you, scriptures will inspire you, lectures will inspire you, listening to the tapes will inspire you. But that is not enough. Suppose you are inspired, what do you do next? It means you should be able to use your potentials for the next step. So first awareness is this, you are Deho Devalaya Prokta Jivo Dev Sanatana. You are the shrine of the Lord. That awareness is developed. If you want to worship, don't go here and there. Don't condemn what others are doing. Don't look into this, into that. Perhaps what they are doing you don't understand, and they are doing well. You see. At least they are doing something. So first awareness is the greatest of all, dwells within me. This awareness is developed. It's not easy. Once you have developed this, 50% of job is completed. So teacher says, no, the Lord is within you. Don't search for the Lord outside you. It is everywhere, it is within you. How can you be excluded? Again and again, teacher creates that awareness. That is, strengthens that awareness. That Lord of life and the universe, they are one and the same, and Lord dwells in you. And where you find the presence of Lord, that is called temple or shrine. That's called church. It's a house of God. So here, teacher says, it's a house of God. Don't do this. Don't ignore this house of God. See? You don't break the wall. You don't keep the walls dirty or external part of the temple dirty. No, you keep it clean. This awareness is strengthened again and again. The day you have attained this faith that Lord is in me, I am the shrine of the great Lord, you have accomplished something. A teacher again and again says, you put question to your teacher, how it is possible for a little human being to become temple of God? Teacher says, look here, God dwells everywhere. How can you exclude yourself from that? Where is that place where there is no God? No truth, absolute truth? So it is within you. How can you say that this space in the glass is separated from this space and this space is separated from the space outside? They are one and the same. But again and again, the teacher, you see, makes you aware of this. Now your worship starts, your research starts, your path starts inward. It is inward journey. From gross to subtle to subtler and then to subtlest aspect of your being. And the more you go inside, the more you come in touch with those, finer forces, then your whole life is changed. You like to serve others, you like to love others, then it's a great joy for you to help others without any expectation. It becomes your nature. You see. And then whatever your convictions are, they are your firm convictions. And anything goes against your conviction, you don't move. You don't say, I'm sorry, because you are going to crucify me. Christ never said, sorry, don't crucify me. I want to live. He never said that. He would have easily said, sorry, please don't do this. He said, no. You attain that peak, that height of, conviction, where death has no meaning. So if you are trying to search for the meaning of life, let you directly understand yourself first. You see. So therefore, first awareness that teacher creates, awareness that Mother Divine is within you. There is a word, Shiva. It's a Sanskrit word. It is written like this. If you only remove this part, this becomes Shava, means dead, corpse, Shava. Without Shakti, there is no existence of Shiva. So then in second step, the teacher makes him aware that Shiva and Shakti are one and the same. For strengthening that awareness, you will have to systematically understand the point of focus in your body, in yourself. If you concentrate here, or if you concentrate here, or if you concentrate here, that will make a difference. If you concentrate on Mooladhara, the lowest of chakra, that will make difference.
The lecture continues.
Then teacher, according to your state of mind, will give you focal point. The science of chakra is superficially mentioned in the books. You all have heard about the founder of Theosophical Society, Inhibition. And those 2-3 people. Through their literature, West found out about the science of chakra. But any book I pick up, I find complete distortion. You see. We will systematically pursue this subject so that you learn to understand something about yourself. When you learn something about yourself, teacher says or student says, You are talking only about this small figure. You are not talking about the universe. Then he imparts the knowledge of macrocosm and microcosm. Pinda and Brahmanda. Pinda is this body, Brahmanda is the universe. What is the difference between a drop of water and the ocean? They are qualitatively one and the same. But they are not quantitatively one and the same. You see. Once you understand the very summum bonum of your life, the very existence of this life, this individual, which is not body, which is not breath, not at all senses, which is not your thinking process, including your emotions, appetites and inclinations, which is beyond this. Beyond means not far away, within you. Whole philosophy and its dictionary changes. Beyond, if you tell, it's beyond your reach. It means it's far away, somewhere in India, Himalaya, Tibet, or somewhere you think. Beyond means the senses are beyond your body, the mind is beyond your senses, the soul is beyond your mind. It's within. Whole concept changes. You need a teacher not to teach you but to interpret, to give you right interpretation. And if he is experienced, and if he had a teacher, and if he has learned from his teachers, he will give you right interpretation. You see. The meaning of life should be interpreted nicely. You see. What life means? You will read many, many things. Poets say something different. Those who write prose, they write something different. Anyway, we all agree that life means a question. The big question. And that question should be understood, resolved. We need answer. We are searching the meaning of life. But it will not come from outside. Where are you searching for the meaning of life outside you? It's a simple thing. The meaning of life will be searched within you, not outside you. So you will find two parts within you. A part is influenced by the opinions of others, and a part remains uninfluenced by the opinion of others. That part which remains uninfluenced by, that glorious part, that's immortal part of your being. Otherwise, mortal, semi-immortal, and immortal. These are your three selves. Body, plus breath, plus conscious mind. This is your mortal part. What is your semi-immortal part? Unconscious mind. Even when there is no conscious mind, all the impressions are stored in the reservoirs within you, all the merits and demerits of your life, unconscious mind, and individual soul. This is immortal. Now there is another which is called totally immortal. Absolute self. So, you can see a self of yours is mortal self, semi-immortal self, individual soul without any vehicle called unconscious mind, and totally immortal. When you say myself, which self you are talking of? Are you talking of mortal self? Are you talking of semi-immortal self? Are you talking of totally immortal self? So when you are talking to teacher, myself, he knows where you are. Whether you are on mortal plans, whether you are talking something higher, or whether you are, you see, in the domain of individual self. So teacher gradually leads you to this awareness. All the pains and anxieties live only here. All the pains and anxieties live here, on the body, breath, senses, and conscious mind. Then there is no anxiety after this. You see. Because you don't have vehicle for anxiety, for expressing your anxiety. If it is, it remains in dormant, latent state. Anything that is expressed through conscious mind. So first thing that you should do, make full effort to convince yourself to accept this. I am a sign of the Lord. First thing. It's not enough to believe in God. You say, I believe in God because I believe in my church, I believe in my, you see, I am a Catholic, I am a Hindu, I am Buddhist, I am this. It's not enough to lead happy life. It's not enough to make you happy. You all have religions, you all have churches, so what? Still you are suffering. You see, sometimes I find you suffering more than those who do not have. You see. Because you are not going ahead. So what actually you need? You need to go very systematically. So this body is like a chakra systematic, as Panditji has explained, in which 5 triangles and another 6 triangles, they are united. How your body is composed, how it was formed. From here you start going inside. If you have known yourself, you have known the universe. But if you know the universe, you are trying to know the universe, you are lost. In the bewilderment, you are lost outside. So you better learn to understand yourself first. So that Vidya which leads you systematically is called Sri Vidya, highest of all Vidyas. As mother, and you are fully protected. It has been, these experiments have been done. Wild elephant was left. with a child and father. The father ran away, left the child there. Wild elephant was left when mother was walking with the child. Mother faced the elephant. You know. You are very close to mother. First. I am talking of divine mother. The mother in you, the Shakti in you, the power in you. Science has proved that matter is nothing but energy. You see, matter can be converted into energy, and energy into matter. It's all energy. But that's all, nothing beyond that. Yogic science has gone to deeper level, explaining that you have Shakti within you. And without that Shakti, it is not possible for you to survive. It's not possible for you to act and to function. Any part of yourself, even your brain, your mind, your intellectualization, your convictions, your actions are not possible without Shakti. This systematic path, loving path, most glorious, majestic path, is introduced by the teachers when you have enough time. Suppose you said, I don't have time. Swami, can you tell me something about Sri Vidya which you can do in 2 minutes time before I go to my office? He will laugh at you and say, I love you. Okay, son, later on when you have time. So this Vidya, that's what it's called. There's a book that's called Saundarya Lahari, a wave of beauty, a wave of bliss, a wave of wisdom. So this mother worship is not the worship of a female deity. You see, it is not. It is not accepting any diacademy or triacademy. It's a systematic leading to the source of highest consciousness within you, where you find unification with the Brahman, the Absolute One. Now there are 3 schools in this. One school is called Kaula. Did Panditji talk to you about it? Another is called Mishra. Mishra means combination. Kaula means that is practice in a particular area. Third is called Samaya. Samaya leads you to that peak where you find constantly presence of the highest within yourself, all the time, even during sleep. You are sleeping, yet you are not sleeping. That's called sleepless sleep. Up to that, this path leads you. But remember, you will find 2 forces. One is called ascending force, another is called descending force. What is ascending force? Human effort. What is descending force? Grace of the Lord. These two are misinterpreted. Many of us sit down and say, Lord bless me. He said, what have you done? You lazy bum, you don't do anything. What do you mean bless me? I am prepared to bless you. Come and do something and then I'll bless you. When all your human efforts are exhausted, you don't have any other way of doing anything. You don't find any source to tap. Just suddenly you burst out, Lord help me. Grace dawns during that time. You go to the church and you say, performing Mass, you don't know what is happening. I'm going to office. This priest is late today. Why did you do this? Even in simple Mass performance, you see that. Before going to office, you just look at the temple and say, you go, no. This path is a very clean path. There are very few scriptures because this is an oral tradition. In music, there are two sorts of music. When you hear classical music, somebody is playing, but a time comes when the musician is lost in his wisdom and then he starts whispering. Finest of all, whole of music is that moment when musician starts whispering. When teacher whispers the mantra, that's great. But when you start hearing whispers from within, as mother whispers to the child, it's not a language. It's beyond all the languages. The language in which a newborn baby speaks to her mother. What is that language? It's not English, it's not Sanskrit, it's not Pali, it's not any language. Those noises and sounds are enveloped with full love. The language of love. You see, that language of love comes through heart, but it's not from the heart. It's from the soul, deep down the soul, the way mother whispers. And that language is understood by the child. But if you speak English or any grammar correctly or only make some poem and some verse, the child wouldn't know, wouldn't stop crying. Between very close, who are spiritually close to their teacher, a language develops gradually. That develops in the silence. And it is considered that through silence, best of the teachings are imparted through silence. In the silence, where you don't have to speak. You don't have to speak. When I could not discipline myself in the college, I used to commit mistakes. Then my master adopted a method. When I went to him, he said, here is a diary, will you please read it? And on such and such day, at such and such time, you did this. On such and such day, and such. I got so much scared. Then I stopped doing things. Because I thought he is watching me all the time, and when I go back, he is going to spank me, This sort of guidance is helpful, but rare thing. Where are such teachers, and where are the students, and who has time, and how time in the world has become a factor. So that which is the controller of time, space and causation, all these activities of the universe, I am talking of that Mother Divine who dwells in you. It's very difficult, very, very difficult for a teacher to make the student aware that God lives in you. It's not away from you. Don't say, oh God, come down. Don't. Or say, God, come out. You see. God be with me means let me be aware of the presence of Lord. That's the actual meaning. Our prayer changes, completely changes when you say, God is in me. The ultimate truth is in me. The reality, the absolute reality is in me. See. Which part of me? Is it in the mortal part, semi-immortal part, or totally immortal part? That's the point. So this Vidya will lead you gently, lovingly to that. And there are three schools. One school believes in worshipping at the root Mooladhara Chakra. It is totally external. The another is done here in Anhat Chakra. But the Samaya which I am going to introduce you and explain to you, even the scriptures do not understand. They call Samaya means occasionally, they translate that, no? I am with you, constantly with you. This is the aim of Samaya Marga. When you are constantly aware of the Lord, you have accomplished something. You see. So your body is a chakra. You have to learn to go to that point where Shiva and Shakti are one, where there is no distinction of female and male concept. It's beyond all genders. Soul has no gender. God has no gender. You cannot say God is man. Man have written books, so man call him, him. If woman rejects and says, why him? She. But it's beyond all these genders. You see. So we'll systematically, tomorrow's topic will be interesting topic. There are many ways of Bhut Shuddhi. Bhut means past. Shuddhi means purification. How to purify the past? What are the philosophical concepts we have to practice? And what is the actual practical method we have to practice? You always say, if you sit down and say, what good thing have you done? Hardly anything will come in your mind. I have done this bad, I have done this bad, I have done... Why? Why do you say that? You are identifying yourself with your actions, forgetting your true nature. That's why you are suffering. First four sutras of Yoga Darshana will explain you entire Yoga Darshana. First, Saundarya Levi's mantra Shiva Satya Yukto Yadi Bhavati Shakta Prabhavitam. This will explain to you how Shiva and Shakti, how the Lord of life is beyond all this. You see, he has no gender. You can call her mother, His mother, you can call father. He is neither mother nor father, nor old nor young, nor child. But the teacher gives some concept. If you go to a Catholic nunnery, you will find all the nuns wearing wedding ring. It means they are wedded to Christ. But if you told them how your Christ looks like, they cannot say. Hey, you are wedded to your somebody and you don't know how he looks like? This is not good. Suppose he comes in front of you, oh honey, come on, hug me, you will run away. And wrong person will come, you can hug. This is not good, you should know. So you will have to choose a right one aspect of Christ. You cannot worship all the aspects of Christ. You can have comprehensive knowledge of all the aspects of Christ, but you can go through only one aspect. Christ that was crucified on the cross is a different aspect. Christ who walked on the earth as a prince among men was different. Moses who went to the mountain, that aspect is different. Which aspect? The nuns, I asked many nuns, which aspect of Christ? I said, whole of Christ. I said, but tell me what? Suppose somebody says, I am Christ, how can you deny? That particular aspect should be understood. Your meditation does not improve because you don't have the focal point. I am not talking aspect. What is the object of your meditation? Focal point, your teacher says. Here, the teacher imparts mantras. Now, there is a subtle thing here you have to understand. This sound. This sound is not heard outside. Scientifically, this sound can be, a sketch can be made of this sound. This sound makes a form. All the forms that we see in the universe are virtually sounds. Sounds have created the universe. Many, many sounds. You see. In this wave, vast wave, ocean, there are waves. You see. The waves of beauty, the waves of bliss, the waves of wisdom. And all the forms have been created by sound. All the forms have come out of sound, as all the matter has come out of energy. So we'll talk tomorrow in details the difference between matter, energy, sound and mind, and how. What am I talking about, that aspect of meditation, why your meditation is not improved, how Sri Vidya, this path, helps you. I say goodbye to you today. Before you do or you take up any task, you should learn to compose yourself and prepare yourself, fully equip yourself for spiritual sadhana. You need to prepare yourself by withdrawing consciously from the external world with full determination that I will explore all the realms and know myself. Doesn't matter if you cannot know God. If you go according to your daily necessity, the word God does not have any place. What do you need? You need complete peace, bliss and happiness. And if your concept of God fits into this, then it will help. Otherwise, mere faith does not help. Sometimes it could be injurious. So we have to separate something. One is called mind and another is called heart. Heart is supposed to be center of emotions and mind, thoughts. We all know that emotions are more powerful than our thinking process. They can upset your thinking, your knowing. So if you find out, if you become aware from where those emotions arise, you'll be sorry. You'll feel very small about yourself, that they are based on your 4 primitive fountains. The food that you eat, the quality of sleep you have, your sexual appetite, and that urge, these urges, and then a sense of self-preservation all the time. You are afraid of losing something and not gaining something. If you do not work from the very beginning systematically, that you know something about everything but you do not know anything perfectly. In the path of sadhana, you don't use your mind. Mahajana ena gatasya pantha. Great sages have trodden this path. Why do you not follow the same path? Because path of truth is one and the same. Therefore, no need of doing new experiments. You see, if ancients have done anything for us, they have given us a clear-cut path. You see, and we cannot change that. No speaker, no writer can write anything new or speak something new. What do? We change the baskets, eggs are the same. You see, when you read a book, you will find somebody has written same thing again and again and again. You see, pick up someone's research work. Picking up from here, there, everywhere, compiling a book, and that is called research. You see. According to psychology, it is called obsession. The more you read and write and then, that's not helpful. On the path of spirituality, you can help yourself, and at the same time, when someone is prepared, you can help others also. You understand something about human body. I am not talking about the physical body. I am talking about that body which lives inside you, which motivates your whole life, leads you to do things, and then you put blame on others or yourself. You see, you should understand something about yourself, that there is another finer body within you. So we discussed that come out. First of all, within you lie human, and you should learn to have dialogue with that human. How do you start that dialogue? What do I mean by dialogue? Talking to yourself. If you walk on the street and you start talking to yourself, you see, people will think that you are crazy and you need hospitalization. That's not what I mean. Antaha karana. Antaha means inside. Karana means that which functions inside you. There are 4 main functions, though classification can be extended. And all those 4 functions have their characteristics. You consider yourself as a wheel. A wheel has got a hub. That hub does not move. And because of that hub, the whole wheel is rotated. So that hub creates motion on these spokes, and these spokes create motion in the wheel. Chakras are like wheels in your body. Mainly, 7 chakras are controlling your whole body through motion, creating motion. Who gives energy to your chakras to function? I am coming to that point. Now, you see, when you want to know the nature of the individual soul, you say soul does not move, yet it moves. Externally it is a contradiction. What do you mean by moves and yet it doesn't move? This hub on a wheel does not move, yet creates movement in whole of this. If you take out this hub, nothing will happen. If you take out soul, individual soul, nothing will happen. Now, direct energy comes through 4 definite functions. One is called manas, another is called chitta, another is called, which is the biggest in everyone, ego, another is called buddhi. Greatest is he and most successful person is he who knows how to establish coordination. You see, what is the function of manas? Because I want to go ahead and talk of the chakras, which are important, but for that we need to understand this. Whenever you do something, something comes in your mind, shall I do it or not? Immediately. That particular faculty which thinks, shall I do it or not? Shall I go this way? There is a crowd. If I go that way, then perhaps that is better. Oh, the grass is wet outside. Perhaps I should not go that way. Oh, well, I will bow down, you see, nod my head and just go outside. Who is deciding all this? This is not the faculty of manas, but buddhi. So these 4 functions have got different duties. Buddhi is considered to be supreme. You see, the way you train your buddhi, But if you train your buddhi well and buddhi is telling your manas to do this and manas says, I don't want to, then nothing is going to happen. So to establish a friendly, loving coordination between different functions of your internal states is very essential. Manas has got two qualities. It functions externally and it functions internally both, one quality. It is importer and exporter. It works both. For this big company of life. And buddhi decides, discriminates, decides and judges. Three qualities. Ego preserves. There is only one thing bad in ego, otherwise ego is not bad. Ego does not want to recognize the hub. Ego wants to say that I am everything. I rotate myself. It is not because of the hub, because of the soul. You see. It tries to separate you from the whole. It always wants to separate you. It has built a boundary around you. It has made a cell in you, for you, and you live in a cell because of ego. It does wonderful work when you function in the external world, but it does not help you when you follow the path of spirituality, when you follow the inner world, when you follow and try to understand the subtler realms of your life within, because it has not been trained. You see. So when you talk of the surrender, when you talk the highest path is path of surrender, enlightenment through surrender, it means not the physical surrender. It does not mean surrendering your home and all the duties. It means surrendering your ego, making it aware of the reality within you. When ego is again and again made aware of the existence of what we call hub, then that is called surrender. You see. So shortest cut is just to cut your ego, and you are there. You see. But how to do it? Through dialogue it is possible. And that dialogue is called contemplation. Now, when you sit down in the morning and evening, I think immediately doing meditation is little bit difficult. You want to concentrate mind, you have power to do it, you have a skill to do it, you know the technique, you know the philosophy, you have a teacher, you have a strength, yet you cannot do it. There is something wrong somewhere. You see. You will see that sometimes you are prepared to meditate and you feel great meditative joy, and most of the time you don't. Therefore, in the morning and evening, a simple way, few minutes you should spend on this. And there is one thing that you should write in your prayer and repentance purify the way of soul. Self-realization leads you to the goal. This you should not forget. Here you are not praying to somebody who is outside you. Here means constant awareness. When you are praying, you have to be humble. Being humble means learning to compose yourself. O Lord of life, O my inner dweller, O that who gives me light and I can see, that who gives me power to hear, think, analyze, who gives me power to walk, energy to walk, to do things in the external world. Oh, that center of power within me, Let me draw strength directly from you. You are the only source of strength. This way you can pray in your own language. This means constant awareness. Who is praying to whom? You are training your mind and a particular part of your mind that's called your ego. You are making your ego aware of this truth. Otherwise, ego refuses to accept that. You see. If you really want to be humble and want to enjoy life, you will have to train your ego. Now, make a picture in your mind when you do this, when you go enter into dialogue. A few minutes every day. Don't say that you don't have time. You have enough time, ample time. You can curtail, you can just be aware that much of the time you remain very lazy. Oh, I am relaxing. What do you mean by relaxing? I want to go somewhere, have my holiday. What do you mean by holiday? Holiday does not mean that you should eat or drink whatever you want, whatever you can. Junk food or drink, that's not holiday. You see? So, how to have that dialogue? Few minutes every day, just sit down calmly. If you cannot sit on the floor, sit down on the chair, relaxed chair. And relaxation means not allowing toxins to build. That's the meaning of relaxation. If you think that loosening the muscle is called relaxation, that's not good. If you go to the state hospitals and there you examine the patients, everyone is relaxed. Yet everyone is crazy. You don't need to learn that relaxation. Relaxation word does not explain the purpose and meaning of relaxation. Relax, relax. All therapists are doing one and the same thing. And they earn enough money. And they think the more you earn enough, you are considered to be a great therapist. Relaxation means learning to breathe well, not allowing to build toxins within yourself. It includes food also, food habits also. It includes bowel movement also. I want to give you a small tip. How do you do? What do you do in the morning? First thing, wash your mouth, for mouth is the dirtiest part of your body. Remember this. Dirtiest part of your body is your mouth. Wash it first. And without tasting, drink enough water. No mercy here. As much as you can drink. If you drink water, it will come out in some way. It won't stay within. Not possible. So you fight every day for, you see, bowel movement in bathroom, stay for a long time. And the children who stay for a long time and mothers do not take care of that suffer on account of many such diseases like piles. See. That water will help. Simple thing. You don't need any medicine for that. 4 or 5 glasses of water in the morning. Just drinking without tasting. Just. If you can squeeze 1 lemon, that will help you. Once you are free from the bowel movement, body remains inert because your so-called rest conception, the concept you have, that you took rest. When I see you in the morning, I don't find you rested, though you sleep 8 hours. Because your body was inert, remained inert, but mind was never rested. That's why the sages say you will be rested if you know how to meditate. That rest which cannot be provided, which is not given by your sleep, is given through meditation or through yoga nidra. You see, basic things, when basic things are not done, they create hindrance. Just make a schedule for a week, 1 month, and say what happens to you. You will find vast difference. You will find yourself free from many problems. That will save your time and energy and money. You see. After drinking water, simple thing I'll tell you. You see, just sit down like this. Simple way. This will press your colon left side and this will right side. Do it for 10 times. It will help the water to put weight and you will have not much problem. You should not stay much on the commode. That's not a good thing to do. You see. It steals time, it robs your time, it hurts you. You see, many of you go to bathroom and then start thinking. And sometimes you remember it's relaxing. Because you get relaxed there. Why do you get relaxed? Because roughest comes out that creates gastric problem in you. So remember there, the finer thing that is to be expelled is toxin in your body. You build your toxin and you don't think of it. And that creates tension in your body, in your nervous system. If you know right method of breathing, then you will not allow that. That's why nerves are wrecked, tensed by that, those toxins. Through food you build toxins. Okay, let me have this food today, tomorrow also. One day's poison can destroy your 1 month's effort. Learn to say no to yourself instead of saying no to others. What do? You say no to others. You never say no to yourself. In the family, if you want to lead a good family life, say yes to everybody in the family and say no to yourself. I'm telling you this. When I was a child and I was trained by the Swamis, they said, do you want to eat? I said yes. I said no, we taught you no first. Ask others, do you want to eat? Say yes. Offer your food to them first. Enjoy how others are eating. Are they enjoying the food you have offered? Can you give them some more comforts? Can you help them? Have you given them water? From the very beginning you should learn to enjoy this, how others are enjoying. You should feel happy, delighted how others are enjoying. If you read Ramakrishna Paramahansa's life, he got cancer in his throat. So Vivekananda and everyone started crying one day, all disciples surrounded, gathered together and surrounded. And he started crying. He said, why are you crying? He said, because you are not eating. You know what did he say? But you are eating. So from the very beginning this training is given. I assure you, if there is anybody next to me, in front of me when I eat, I think it's a sin to eat if I don't give to somebody. First I offer food to the Lord. Do I deserve this food? I am grateful to thee. What is happening when I am doing this? In every action, I have planned something. That planning was done by my tradition in such a way so that all the time I am aware of that reality. While eating, sleeping, doing my exercises, doing my breathing, doing my meditation. All these actions will make me finally aware of the reality within, though I am doing my actions, because I cannot live without doing actions, because you cannot do without living actions. In all actions, anything human being does is not bad. Don't consider it bad. It could be beautiful if you know it how to do it. If you understand why are you doing it. If you understand why should you do it. You see. Anything. You see. Don't say this is not good and yet you do it. You see. After you have done your exercises, how do you expect to digest the junk food and not do exercises? Don't do this to yourself. You see. The first enemy, your arch enemy, is inertia. How much success is there for you? You can see from the sloths that you have. How lazy are you? You can easily notice. The moment you get up, what do? How long does it take for you to get up from your bed? What do you do to your children? Get up, sonny. You have to prepare. Mommy, don't disturb. Today is vacation. On vacation day, you should get early. Get up early. Oh, let them sleep. Today is vacation. Father says. No vacation. Will there be vacation for food? Then you should not eat today. Discipline yourself, that will help you. After that you sit down and do. What have I to do today? What are the important things I have to do? What have I not done yesterday? My office work? No. Your office work is only one unit. There are other things also. Have I done my exercises? Why have I not done? You start having dialogue with yourself first. Not feeling bad, not coaxing yourself, not feeling guilt that I have not done it. No. If you condemn yourself and say I am bad and I cannot do anything, this is not going to help you. No. Then you are identifying yourself with the negativity and negative thoughts. There is one word in Sanskrit that is called prashchita. Fanatics relate it with the word sin. No. Prashchit means repentance. Why do you go to a priest and confess there? What do you mean by that confession? How that confession is going to help? This is a superior therapy. What do you think? Whatever you don't think that it was wrong, don't. But your conscience, which lies between mind and heart, which observes both, you see, will tell you, you were supposed to do this, you did not do this. You are supposed to do this, please do it. This way daily account is kept by you. And then you will not commit mistakes. Correct your philosophy. There are certain customs and systems according to your tradition which are considered to be bad. I am not talking about that. I am talking about individual actions that you perform through your mind, action, and speech. Now you sit down, remember this diagram. Okay, my mind, what do you want to do? Sir, shall I do it or not? I want to do this. Is it profitable for me to do? Is it good for me to do? You will have to make experiments. Take refuge in your buddhi. Let this buddhi come forward. You see. And let your ego accept it. And then you draw the energy through chitta, storehouse. This way, dialogue can be successful. Few minutes every day. Then you build the willpower. What is that willpower? If your mind says, I want to do it, and again in second moment mind says, I don't want to do it, whether I should do it or not, and it's not guided by your buddhi, and there is no decision, you cannot meditate. Your mind will be going to the same groove again. It's better that you have gone through this before. And you build a determination. I will not do that is not to be done. I will do that which is to be done. And once you win, one day you will feel yourself delighted from within. You will find your Shakti, your energy. You see. Why your willpower weakens? Because you decide that you will do it and you don't do it. I will do it, I will wake up at 6 o'clock and you are waking up at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9:30. Or say, I am too young, I should sleep. When I become old, then I will think about it. You see. These thoughts. Today you decide to do something and you cannot do it, which you know is good for you, which is accepted good for you. Where there is no conflict and you know this is good for you, waking up in the morning is good and healthy for you. Nobody can say that's unhealthy. And you don't. This way you lose your weak willpower. Lack of determination, willpower you lose. You decide to do something and you cannot do it. And you know. You don't need any knowledge, you don't need any teacher. That habit which leads you to the grooves of sloth and inertia is very dangerous. According to meditative order or school Buddhism, Jainism or Jain, any meditative school, you learn to be very regular. According to the school of Patanjali, the codifier of yoga science, Satu dirgha kale nairantarya satkara sevito dridha bhumi. You have to be very firm. If you really want to do, life is very short. Task is hard, vast. You have to complete it. You don't wait for next life. You don't postpone your joy and happiness for next life. Why do you not want to enjoy in this life right now? With full determination. Your willpower weakens when you first do sankalpa, I will do it, and then you don't do it. After some time, the buddhi refuses to tell you what to do and what not to do. And then you are in a state of limbo. Then your mind, that manas, doesn't get any guidance. So for that, small dialogue every day should be done. Don't fight with yourself. If you think that there is something which you cannot do, go to your teacher. Go to the person who can help you. Go to him who doesn't exploit you, who helps you. And tell him, this is how I want to do, what shall I do? Many things can be done in front of something. I'll tell you. According to my monastic order, I was supposed to attain 4 hours 36 minutes posture, steady posture. I could do 4 hours 30 minutes but could not go to 30. I cried. And I started feeling that complex. Look, these other Swamis have done. My master expects me to do. I expect from myself. What is this? Why not 6 minutes? Up to 30 minutes I was very successful. But after 30 minutes, so much restlessness, I could not. Little bit ego problem was there because of my relationship with my master. He was not only my master, he was my father too. More than my father and mother to me. So one day he smiled. He knew. But he wanted me to speak. I said, when you know, why do you not tell me? He said, no, I am not a spokesman for you. You better tell me. Sit down here, what do you want? I said, I cannot go beyond 30 minutes. 4 hours, 30 minutes, I can. But 6 minutes are so horrible. You see. Sit down in front of me. And he told me, don't move. I am looking at you. 9 hours I sat. So sometimes guidance helps. That's sure. When you are not successful in accomplishing what you want, after making efforts, then somebody whom you trust, who really is selfless, who doesn't charge fee for these things, you should sit and say, this is my problem, can you help me? If he is a good teacher, he said, well, it's within my field, I will. If it is not within my field, I'm sorry, you should find out some way, or you go to such and such person. It becomes easy. I give you practices, you never come and see me. Never tell me what the problem is. I ask you, how are you doing? Fine. Even you are sick, you call fine. You see? No. Perhaps I can help you, serve you. I help you means serve you. It benefits me instead of benefiting you. You see. My master always used to say, highest of culture, peak of the culture, human civilization is that when every human being likes to work for others, then the whole world will have a society of joyous people. Unfortunate thing is, everyone, all of us are selfish. A teacher is selfish, he wants something from the students, he looks at the pockets of the students, and students look at teacher to know but never practice. Sheer curiosity, I want to know more. You want to know more, but how about practicing? That guarantee I cannot give, sir. Simple dialogue with yourself in the morning. Look, do not avoid this. If you want to lead healthy life, do not. Most of you escape from yourself, from this dialogue. You don't want to. Oh, I cannot. I cannot close my eyes. I cannot make my room dark. I am afraid. What do you mean by that? You cannot face yourself. You have many such myths. This is bad, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. And all the time you identify yourself with the bit bad and good you have made in your mind. You see. So for that, whatever you have done, don't allow that if you think is bad to remain as bad inside. No. Analyze it, disperse it. And through prayer and repentance, it can be done. Greatest of all therapy that you should use every day. And then be free. This way your willpower will be not weakened, it will be strengthened. And then say, don't tell Lord, do this for me and do this for me. Get me a car, my Lord. No. Get me strength so that I can buy a car. It's a right prayer. But give me a good car, Lord, give me a good woman, give me a good man. This is called egocentric prayer. Don't learn that. Give me strength. Give me that zeal, that determination, that willpower, so that I can, you see, have power to do. So once you go through that simple dialogue, then you go through prayer, strengthen your determination and willpower. You see, and make experiment. Doesn't matter if you commit mistake. But if you go on committing mistake, that's not good. That's not healthy. With this simple dialogue, tapping all the sources, then I will do my duties with full attention. This duty business, I want to talk a little bit about it because you should know it. Duty makes all of you slave. You will have to accept it. And duty, without doing duty, you cannot live. So it's a very serious problem. Here duty makes slave. Because I tell you to sit down. You have come to me, I am your teacher, yes. I said sit down. And I engage you in talks, discussion and instruction. After some time you start moving like this. Are you in hurry? Yes, my children will be coming from school. My husband needs attention, this needs attention. What is this? Duties make you slave. It's fact. Yet you cannot live without doing duties. Therefore you should learn to discharge your duties with love. Otherwise, that creates a serious anxiety and problem within you. And nobody can help you. You need inner strength to deal with that. You see. So, you need to understand, do your duty skillfully as much as you can know and lovingly. Accept it. I don't want to go to my office, but I have to pay the bill. Now you are going to office to pay the bill though you don't want to. In America this is a very serious problem. Nobody wants to do any job, yet he has to pay the bills. So people are doing the job for the bills. That creates a serious problem. A doctor gets fed up with his good practice, $250,000 back, gets fed up. Okay, what do you want to do? I want to paint the houses. I want to be free. This I find in day-to-day life. Why? Because if you learn to do your duty lovingly, then that will not create serious problem for you. You are doing it, you are forcing to do something though you don't want to do something. It means a serious division within you. I don't want to. You do the same thing with your wife. Wife does the same thing. Wife does not want to sleep with the husband sometimes. It's not necessary that she's a sort of slave doing things all the time what husband wants. Sometimes she doesn't want to. But husband says, so what does she do? She imitates. Ha ha ha, honey, I like you and I love you and you are beautiful and you are handsome. Such imitation. They confessed it to me, that's why I'm telling you. Husband also tried to be. Does not want to sleep, does not want to make love, but he tries to show what a virile man is he. You see. All these actions are injurious for you. See. It is better for the partners to understand each other and not to show off, not to imitate, but have consideration for each other. Well, our purpose of life is to attain spirituality, that we have not done. We have been repeatedly loving each other. What has happened? You see? They should discuss this. What is this spirituality? Not by going to puja room few minutes and lighting a lamp and doing incense and saying something and then going out. You see? They should discuss this. So few minutes this dialogue, and then you should start doing meditation. Meditation is a very simple method. But here, the subject matter is meditation through the system of Sri Vidya. That's the subject matter. What is that Sri Vidya? Now, the knowledge of chakras, which I will give you in brief, is very important. After you understand your inner man, then you want to get inside more. You want to know more about life. Now, so far I have been answering your question. I want to pose few questions on you today. What is important in meditation systematically? I want in 3 points. Any of you can explain? Only 3 lines. What do you attain in meditation? Do you want to say or have I to say? Say you have not done anything, then I will say. First thing you should learn to attain is steady and comfortable posture during meditation. First requirement is steady, comfortable posture. What do you mean by steady? Keeping your head, neck and trunk in a straight line is called steadiness. Of course, assimilating these upper and lower extremities, limbs, go with it. But main point is to keep head, neck and trunk in a straight line. You see. This is called steadiness according to this school of meditation. But at the same time you should not do in a way so that you go through straight. That could be exercise but not for meditation. It should be comfortable. So when your posture has become steady and comfortable, that's the first thing you attain. What do you attain? Second thing? What breathing? You are already breathing. Why do you want to know more? What do you know breathing?
Diaphragmatic breathing.
Come on. You forget the lessons. I want to give you the gist. I want to give you a shortcut this time. I don't want you to go through lengthy process. That's what Samaya Marg is. All the practices of breathing are practiced to regulate the motion of lungs. All the respiratory, practices. All the practices of pranayama, in which kumbhaka is involved, ratio is involved, they are done to have cordial relationship with mind. For mind and breath are twin laws of life, and they work together, they function together, they live together, they are the best friends. And I taught you that breathing. Anyone remembers?
Diaphragmatic.
Hmm?
Nadi Shodhana.
Quickly.
Diaphragmatic.
It's too preliminary. Why this many statements when there is only one teacher? It means that something wrong is with me. Huh? It means I don't teach you well. And I am held responsible for your unsuccess.
Serene breath, no pause, no shallow breath.
No, that's a rule for the breathing. Wait. You have to see the capacity of your inhalation and exhalation first, and always go with it. After you do that repentance, then steady posture. Now, in the beginning, I'll systematically lead you. In the beginning, you see, if you want to go, so everybody want to, start with the easy posture. Find out which type of posture is easy for you. Actually, so far you have not known the real meaning of posture. Posture does not mean only twisting the legs and hands. Posture means your head, neck and trunk should be in a straight line. That is posture. You can have a support. The support should be so that it is up to here. So that your head, neck and trunk in a straight line is supported in a way. So suppose sometimes you do like this, you do like this, you do like. Because of Shakti Chalana, the Shakti, the energy might distort you because you have not had the capacity. You have to increase your strength in your capacity.
The lecture continues.
So you can use some support. That support should not be wall. If it is wall, then there should be a plank. Why do you not make a meditation seat and just do it? We had a Swamiji whose name I used to put Jimmy Chipak, I used to call him. You know, this is a typical Hindi word. Glued on the earth. He used to sit in a way, it was example for us. Nobody sat like this. And my master appreciated. My master said, if anyone has learned from me, he has learned. And he never knew how to sign his name. But whenever we had difficulty and problem in understanding any Upanishadic saying, he would come and tell us and go away. He heard so much, but he remembered all the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita and everything, all the scriptures. And he did not know how to sign his name. So first thing he learned how to sit still. But for learning still, you have to be very active too. If you do not do enough exercise and learn to sit still, well, you will find problem. This is one thing. For learning to still, you have to do exercise too. Today you do like this, and tomorrow you do like this, and third day you do like this, and you change. That's not good. Watch which posture is comfortable for you, and then do it. Sukhasanam. That makes you comfortable, it is steady, is a posture for you. You should begin with. Now, it's nature that is teaching you. After some time you find this body has become supple, then you start sitting like this. And then you start doing Siddhasana. Third, it might take you 1 or 2 years. If you don't find this habit, you can sit on the chair also. But this is the nature. Nature will lead you, if you are sitting like this, nature after some time will lead you to do this. And then teacher will say, no, there is another thing which we have experimented, and that's called adapt pose. So those who are serious students, those who have capacity, physical capacity also, those who have time and energy, should practice accomplished pose. It's a myth. Many teachers say Siddhasana should not be practiced, it's not good for householder. That's untrue. After 4 hours and 36 minutes, then it is little bit difficult for the people. You see. I have seen that, Swami. You know, Bhagavatam is a story. The Pandits recite Bhagavatam, the whole of Bhagavatam it takes many days, 7 days. And this Swami, whom I was talking, he was my tutor, personal tutor in the cave. His name was Nirvanji. You see, very illiterate. So I used to go to English school and I would say, come on, you read. I said, I am reading. He said, no, loudly. So when I used to get distressed, I said, this stupid fellow is sitting in front of me, is getting problem. You don't understand. He said, I wanted to read loudly so that I understand. I hear what you are saying. I don't care what you say. That's your business. He said, if you even give me bad names, I don't mind. But how long would I do that? You know? And he would sit at one posture. Now, there is only one witness here, Kamal. When I go for walk and rest of the time I sit on my seat. But I do enough exercise. When you sit for meditation, you feel ache and pain because you have not done exercise. Learning to stand on the head means what? Learning to walk on your feet. That's the real meaning. Real meaning is learn to walk on your feet. You see, you don't walk on your head. After you attain this, don't do any meditation, just sit down and ask yourself, you are steady and you are comfortable, and survey yourself. All the parts of the body are comfortable and steady. You will find body, muscles are okay. But there is something that is disturbing me, not perfectly coordinated breath. It's not a long course. If you start it today, and if you can continue for 6 months, you have done it. But if you cannot continue for even a week, well, you know the technique, you have not attained anything. So you just relax. Actually, this is relaxation. What creates that problem? Breath. The finest of breath. The final exercise which I am going to give you is this, and this should be practiced at length. Then comes pranayama exercise. I have not taught you any pranayama up to this time. Pra means first, na means unit. First unit of energy which is already within you. How it is charged by through breathing. That is pranayama. Yama means control. Prana means the vehicles that supply energy. how to control these vehicles so that they are regulated. Breathing exercises are different, they are superficial, they are important, but they are superficial, they are not called pranayama. They prepare you to do pranayama. Pranayama are the deeper exercises. They can be mentally. Through pranayama you can apply sushumna. Through breathing you cannot. That's the difference. Through pranayama you can have kumbhaka long time. You see. Human beings have immense potentials, no limit. So I used to say, Nirvanji, don't you get tired? He said, tired of what? I'm not walking. I'm not doing any work. Why should I be tired? He said, tell me, when do you get tired? When you work hard? I said, yes. But this I'm sitting gently. I could not convince him. He said, what do you mean by tired? And if you feel comfortable for 10 minutes, why cannot be comfortable for 2 hours? And I could not answer this question. So what do you mean by tired? I am sitting comfortably. I said, why do you not change posture? He said, that's not called. You see, that will make me tired, he said. So when you sit, you see, gradually, it's a gradual practice because it is not in your culture, nobody teaches you, you have to culture yourself, you have to do that. You see, these are simple, small things, but you should know that. You see, few minutes. During that time when you don't have to do any duty, I'm talking about it. I'm talking about sadhakas. But remember that the ratio is, if you sit 10 minutes, then 40 minutes you will have to do exercise. This is the ratio. And after that you will have to do movement, so that you are, often you say, my feet are sleeping. They become numb, a lack of exercise. They will be numb. But if you do exercise, there will be no numbness if your posture is correct. Now, shortest cut I am leading you this time. Leave all those nose business. You have done enough. You have done for many years. Now you have to use your mental effort to regulate your breath. For simple reason, if you pay attention on this, you see, that nostril will become active. If you pay attention towards this, this will become active. You should learn to change the breath consciously once in a day, so that breath functions according to your conscious control. Hey, can you believe one thing? And whether you believe or not, I assure you, when I drop my body, you all will know, and I will tell you first. This can be done. Very easy, simple. Very simple. I don't want my body to be snatched from me by so-called death. Yes, disease will be there because body is subject to disease. Any body. It's not immortal. But body is mine. I have to know how to change, how to drop it. You don't lie in the bed and wait for death to come and doctor to pump and all these great problems for you. Yeah, they help. If they make you comfortable, it's okay. But you should learn the method of wearing your body, dropping your body for its important garment for you. You see, I have witnessed many such cases, and we are taught that. And it's simple. And this is the only method that the procedure is the same. You see, willpower. You see, if you hate something and don't like it, what happens? You find blisters in your mouth. Have you noticed that? Any of you? something which you don't like to eat, you find blisters in your mouth. How the blisters occur? Something happens in your mind and you start crying. This is not physical pain. How does it happen? And you started sobbing and suddenly your breath changes. How does it happen? You get sad and suddenly you start going to bathroom. How does it happen? When you note all these minor points, you will come to know that something from within, something from inside motivates you to function. So after attaining steady and comfortable posture is unique. Then you learn one practice, very good practice. Straight away you can practice it. You see. This is compared with the physical exercise. Finest of all exercises, which is the finest of all exercises in yoga? Are you teaching anybody Shanta? Where is Shanta? Okay. If it is done correctly, it's a unique exercise. A man of 80 or 100 have energy like 25 years old. This is a wonderful thing, provided you do Agnisara. As there is Agnisara is powerful, vigorous, wonderful exercise that activates the solar system, you see. So there is one single exercise in breathing exercise, and the ratio and how far it should be done, how much it should be done, I am going to tell you. This arrow indicates inhalation, and this arrow indicates exhalation. Prana or apana. Now first what do? You don't do with your mental. You have known, now system, don't forget, you have known how to change your breath from right to left or left to right by simply meditating. Now for attention, you see, breath will change. Now you don't know how to apply Sushumna, that's another higher technique, unique technique. Then mind will not go to the world. Mind will not have any negative thinking, but mind will be in a joy, and then you can meditate. But we are talking of breath here. In this you do not have to observe anything, except you don't unnecessarily create the pause. Basic rule, you don't create any noise, you don't create any jerks, and you don't breathe shallowly. Whatever we are teaching, it's never opposed by science. No. It's not something overhead I'm talking, it's something very concrete, scientific. You see, listen. Now what is happening when you breathe? What happens to your breath? It goes to the storehouse called lungs, and then from there goes to the other parts of the body, and then returns as carbon dioxide to your lungs, and then you exhale. Here you are forcing yourself not to allow the toxins to be built, and any toxin is there, it should be expelled. Unique method. You just double the ratio here. If you have capacity of inhaling 1, 2, 3, 4, then you should learn to exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You might become breathless. It means you have misjudged your capacity. Come down to 3. Start it. Do not go so fast. You see. Your face will tell you that you are doing breathing exercise. There will be a glow in your face. You see. When Swami Vivekananda met a Swami, yogi, and he said, talk about tomorrow, and I already know. The yogi said, you have wasted your time and energy. And his name was Pahari Baba at Gazipur. He wrote a book, Colombo to Almora. His experiences travels from down to Ceylon to Almora mountain. And on the way he met sages. So I'm talking about him. Talk about tomorrow. So rationally he said, there's nothing. Swami Vivekananda said. Through yoga and meditation you can find out what is going to happen tomorrow. He said, I'm searching for something. That Swami was very enlightened. He said, that something is also here. That something is, no matter what happens in the world, sukha or dukkha, pain or pleasure, you find that, you see, tranquility. He found that this man has both qualities. He is all-knower and at the same time nothing disturbs him. He examined him by insulting him, by doing things which you don't do towards any great man. Nothing. By tempting him, sir, whole world knows me, I want to be your disciple. He didn't. He said, sir, give me the preliminaries. No, he told, I want to become a disciple. He said, no, you are a disciple of a great man, no doubt. Why do you want to do it? As I will teach you what you want to learn. He said, teach one thing. So what did he say? Breath and mind, when they are perfectly coordinated and the practice is accomplished, then they function this way. There is no pause at all. Pause means what? Killer. Pause means death. Means you have annihilated death when you have done breathing like this. Then past, present and future become one and the same. Theoretically you can understand, it's difficult to accomplish, but yogis do accomplish this. In first step, which I will tell you the second step also, 3 steps I am going to teach you because there are many people who have been practicing and they have come from distance and they want to learn. I want to teach, but next time if you come, I am going to make you sit and see that you do it in front of me, and if you don't do it, I am going to whip you. Yes, it's too much now. Start it from 3, then 4, then 6, then 8, then 10, then 12, then 14, then 16, then 18, like this. Go up to 30. Not difficult. But it should at least take 6 months' time. At least. Your body will not have any sort of toxins. Your body will be disease-free. Your body will look like very young, smooth body, like silk, you see. And this will help mind. When you are doing this, mind is following. It is a sort of training to mind too. Two are trained together, you see. If you are doing exercise of this, you are training all your 5 fingers, you see. When you are doing this exercise, mind is also being trained. It's a training of mind also, because mind and breath. In my way, in my opinion, those who are committed to do sadhana, who want to do sadhana, should pay attention towards this method more than all Nadi Shodhana. So this is higher Nadi Shodhana. In which posture do you do that? Easiest is Savasana. Put a pillow. You come down, I'll tell you. Come on. Bring that to your pillow. Lie down here. Yes. You know, little pillow is needed because what happens? Without pillow, sometimes the gas is disturbed. You know, if your bowel movement was not regular, if there was not enough roughage in your food, if you did not chew the food, you see. So, apana vayu, or the gastric problem can, disturb you a little bit. So that's why this is done. Now, apply Ashwini Mudra. Squeeze this bottom gently. Squeeze your buttocks. Have done? Okay. Have you done? No. Have you done what I said? Okay. Now, don't think of it again. Close your eyes gently. Now, do your diaphragmatic breath. Agnisara, see what a system is. Diaphragmatic breath is basic, and that leads you to Agnisara. But system is the same. When you push in your abdomen, you should exhale. When you inhale, it should relax. Just you need to relax during that time. Push in as much as you can and relax gently. Let it come out. Exhale when you push in, start inhaling when you relax, so that more space is done. Now, this exercise, first you do this. Now with that, gently do 1 to 4 exhalation and then 8. And then now inhale 4 and then do 8. First thing you do, when you start, you do exhalation first. To start with. Not inhalation, exhalation. Try to do 8 exhalation. First 1 or 2 times, you can become breathless, there is no harm. Those who do not know yoga exercise in deep sense, they think that in yogic process there are no, aerobic exercises. There are. Headstand is like that. Peacock is like that. Shoulder stand is like that. Breathing exercises like that. Vigorous breathing exercises. You can make your heart rate very high. You can lower down your rate. No, there is no exercise in the world to lower down your rate except yoga exercises. But I believe that both exercises should be done, aerobic and aerobic. Now, mentally count, focusing your mind on the nave, You have exhaled, now you are inhaling. Now you are exhaling. Now count 1, 2, 3, 4 with this seconds. And without anything, you exhale 8. If you find difficulty, then it means you have started too much, do it less. 3. Practice this. Student, when you go up to 30, you will find yourself as though you are floating. You will feel that you are really floating. You see? You are already floating in the air, though you are on the earth. You are floating in the air. All your cells are floating in the air. This exercise is very helpful. If 2 is inhalation, 4 is exhalation, but this ratio, you should be gradually doing it. And on and often, you should contact your teacher who teaches you, ask him, I feel this problem. You see. Sometimes you feel like this, it means you are trying to go beyond your capacity. Take your time. If you have patience to wait for 6 months and continue this without anything, you will have very good health. Your skin will show you how clean is your body, how wonderful is your health. Digestion will be improved, thinking will be improved, your memory will sharpen. Anyone can tell you that you are doing something which makes you very, lively. Okay, son, go there. Now, next step. After you have done this, try to minimize pause. You have already attained counts, don't start it from the very beginning. Try to attain first thing. And the second step, minimize pause. I know only few people will do it, those who have been doing, they will try, but I promise, anytime they contact me for this purpose, I am available. No problem. If you don't do, I will know, because I might ask you questions and I will tell you, you are not doing it. You are just wasting my time. You are most welcome to do it. Between 9 and 10, I give you the time, those who are doing in the morning, to telephone me and I will answer your questions. And for special students, those who have been already doing and have attended something, between 9 and 10 in the evening. My time, Hunsdale time. If there will be no pause, then you have annihilated time. You got kripa of mother, you have done your effort, and you have got the kripa of the Mother Divine. For time, space and causation are directly under her kind control, and nobody can annihilate them. Even Rama Avatara, after many thousand years rule, he forgot that his time was over. King of Death came to visit and says, "Sir, your time is over." Yogi's time is never over. He is beyond all these laws. This is one thing. If he has known, because he has known how to annihilate this pause. Pause means death. If I create pause, long pause, exhale and never inhale, I am dead. If I inhale and never exhale, I am dead. Pause means death. If you know how to annihilate pause, you are free. You have gone beyond death. Look, without these exercises, these are preliminary exercises, important exercises for going beyond, for creating a special culture to your mind, for culturing, cultivating your mind, so that your mind is not this mind, because this mind at present is not capable to go beyond, but that mind which is cultivated has potentiality to deep, to go to pierce, to go into deeper levels of your being. A time comes when the boat says you have crossed the river, now you go ahead. You don't carry boat with you. So your mind, such a mind becomes a boat which helps you to go beyond. 2 exercises. This cannot happen if you do not practice. You are inhaling and you are exhaling. Are you with me? Are you listening to me? Okay. So you pay attention on this particular point, not on this, on this, on this. Many people do not interpret scriptures rightly. Nasagre dhyanam kuryat. I have seen Pandits doing. You know, do you think this is Nasagre? Nasas are here. How could it be Nasagre? See, it should be here, you know. That is a different kriya called Trataka, to train the eyes, to make eyes one-pointed. You know, when the horse is led on, buggy, there are 2 flaps this side, because the animal cannot concentrate. But you are a human being. There's difference. So the exercise, there is exercise. There's exercise of eye. But this is not. This is here. When you first learn how to change your breath from right to left and left to right, then you try to concentrate. It might take sometimes 3 to 6 months to attain this. But if you can do it, sometimes it can make 9 months, 1 year. Then you have done. That is called Sushumna application. The sign and symptom of Sushumna application is wonderful. To have a great joy. You don't find any reason. Your financial position has not increased. You don't have a new girlfriend. You don't have any boyfriend. Nothing new, but you find great joy from within. What's the matter? Sometimes you feel, where will you go? The joy is trying to burst. You cannot attain such a joy. Oh my Lord, such a great joy. You cannot explain. That is a sign of Sushumna application. Another clear symptom is both nostrils start flowing freely. You find in children, when they are very happy and they want to meet you, that intermediate period between you meeting and face to face, that leads to that. I leave you here, and then tomorrow's subject matter is more serious than this, and I want you to prepare for more time than you have in today.
Swamiji, when you're in a Shavasana, do you hold the swinging mudra the entire time you're practicing the 2-1 breathing?
What? No.
Or just you do it once?
You learn that. You learn. Otherwise, a cushion is kept. You see. Actually, Ashunya Mudra should be learned. How many of you do this practice which I have taught you before? Very few hands. Dr. Pentecost, you come over here. How many times I taught you this exercise but you don't do it? No exercise on the earth can compensate this exercise. There is an area which is never exercised. The rectum muscles, anal, bladder. These finer muscles are not exercised. And this one exercise will help. And many men and women have this complaint in many ways. They come to me, this is the complaint. If somebody does this exercise, will not have that complaint at all. Come on, get up. Now, you explain what I am doing and do exactly the same, because I told you long ago to do this and you have not done it. Am I right?
Right.
Okay, come behind here. Later on you frankly say, you are not going to lie to people, huh?
Pardon?
You are not going to lie to people.
No.
Okay. A doctor is not supposed to, huh? Achha, no. Now, I am not making any movement. Physically you say I am not moving. My breathing is usual. I am relaxed. Now what happened to my bottom? Where did it go?
Contracted.
See how small? Huh?
Yes.
Now you wait. Did I teach you this before?
Yes.
Why did you not do it? Come on, do it. Do it. Nothing is happening. I'm going to tell your wife to observe this.
Okay.
She'll be your teacher, okay?
All right.
This is a very unique exercise. Wonderful exercise. Did you see the control I have?
Yes.
What did you see?
I felt everything just going in and just instead of having.
Completely vanished.
Right.
So, why is it not happening here? Come on. Put them together. Now, when did I teach you this? How many years ago?
Some time ago. Quite some time ago.
Quite some time means how long? See? How many years? 5, 6 years ago. And you have not done anything, even 1 inch. You should be able to contact them so much so that it becomes a small ball. And then relax so much. This way you will have control on your autonomic nervous system, conscious control over your unconscious activities of the body. A very good exercise. Then there is another book we have written. What is the name of the book? How many of you do at least some exercises? They are good exercises. I want you to do some good exercises. The writer is sitting there. Get up. Yes. So you better, this is one of the unique exercises. There are many other exercises. Every part of body exercises are there. Ear, nose, every part of body can be exercised. And it will not take much time, this exercise. Next time I will make you a subject.
All right.
Tomorrow I will see that you do it in front of me, and then I will lead you to the focus point. What should be the focal point for your mind? And how does it fit into this path of Samaya? You see, in Sri Vidya. We will discuss this. God bless you. First thing is to attain the position, pose or posture which is steady and comfortable by practicing one and the same posture every day. Second thing, to understand, it's okay now? Yeah. 3 things in the breath: inhalation, exhalation, and pause. You see, if you have control over the pause, you have control over death. The yogis willfully drop their body by having control over the pause. Another way of dropping the body is by having willpower with sankalp shakti. Third way of dropping body is by knowing the span of life and then dropping the body. You see. Third point is how to be free from the sanskaras which I am touching today. Past impressions. Because all the human beings, I find you all haunted by the idea, I am not good, I cannot do this, I am not capable of doing this, I am impure. And the mistake lies that you identify yourself with your actions instead of identifying yourself with your true self. That's a mistake. If you think that you have done something which is not right, don't repeat it and you're free. You see? Why create that guilt complex? As toxins are injurious for the physical body and nervous system, such negative thoughts are injurious for your mind. And mind over body reflects. So all your negative thinking, guilts, which are not necessary and which are not needed, reflect through your body. You see. Lie detector will not work if you follow this process. You see. Because you will be not lying, you are free. You are born every moment. That which you were, the way you were yesterday, you are not same today. You are born today, you are born right now. See. Anyway, I'll teach you that process. So there are 3 things I told you yesterday. Now tell me.
Firm and steady posture.
Huh?
Firm and steady posture, comfortable posture. Regulating the motion of the lungs. That was the second thing you talked to us about.
By the breath, yes. Through breath.
Excuse me, the 2 to 1, the 2 to 1 breathing, right. And then I was also looking for the third point, Swamiji.
I told you.
With the
Mind.
dialoguing.
No, dialogue was first step, but ultimately that dialogue should lead to purify your mind, to make your mind free from all the sanskaras. Yes.
I was inquiring about the practice that you gave yesterday, the breathing practice, and I was related to Suni Mudra. As your breath gets longer, should you be exhaling and applying that? No.
It is not related to Ashwini Mudra. Ashwini Mudra is entirely different.
But you had him apply Suni Mudra before he started the 2 to 1 breathing, Swamiji.
Because I don't want apana vayu exhalation and inhalation vehicles to clash.
So it should be held or it should be applied?
No,
real-
just hold once and that's all. Because you don't have that practice. Wait, anyone? Yes?
Could you, Swamiji, touch today or tomorrow, what is the difference between the Turiya, Samadhi and Sundari Lahari? How you grade them for superiority?
Okay.
And which one is easier to accomplish and why?
If you are searching for something easy, then have Coca-Cola bottle. Open and drink and throw it away. Learn to make human effort, and when you have done your human effort, then there dawns a grace that is called descending force. When you have accomplished the whole process of ascending force, then there dawns, when that peak you touch, there dawns descending force. It's not difficult, but it cannot be called easy.
My question was, which one should be tried first, which one should be tried second, and which one should be tried third?
Now, you will have to sit with your teacher. He will examine your attitudes, tendencies, capacities, and then he will tell you. It's a prescription. You see, one prescription is not given to all. It depends where the block lies. Yes.
Swamiji, in the breathing exercise you gave yesterday, was there a specific number of repetitions that we were to do, or just do it once?
No, you have to do many times. You have to do 3 to 5 times to start with. And if you make that effort 2 times a day and then start 3 times and don't go beyond 3, then it will help you. Yes?
Should you always be in the corpse position when you do that, or
No, in corpse position to begin with, but later on you should do it in sitting position. Yes.
Swamiji, you mentioned that, and you're probably going to talk about it more today, that when you eliminate the pause, and you gave the story of Vivekananda being told that when you eliminate the pause you can understand future time, etc. That's obviously a more advanced practice than us doing 5 in and 5 out and eliminating the pause.
Yes. Phil told me yesterday that I did not talk about pause. I talked about pause, but Phil was sleeping during that time. Okay. I will repeat that again. Come on.
You said in the 2-to-1 breathing that we should hold 30 seconds. Is that the inhalation or the exhalation?
I never talk about holding.
That we should sustain. I used the wrong word.
What?
I used the wrong word. That we should sustain.
That I don't use that word too.
What word should I use?
I didn't say that. Yes, I will.
is the goal of 2-to-1 breathing all the time during the day, or
No, only during the practice. To increase the capacity, yes.
Could you explain more what you mean by repentance and how to practice that?
Repentance means not to repeat. That's all. There is nothing, no ritual in it. Not to repeat. And if it is habit pattern, then go to somebody, go to some place, practice for some time in that retreat, so that you don't repeat what you don't want to and what you think is not right. And that's called repentance. And prayer, the sort of prayer I discussed yesterday, praying to the self who is seated deep within you in the inner chamber of your being, thinking, understanding, feeling, and deciding that your whole body is a shrine and inner dweller is the real Deva, and you are praying to him. This way, that, awareness is strengthened. I'm not talking about praying to someone who is outside you, far away from you, whom you have never seen, whom you have never known. At least you have known someone who sees through your eyes, who listens through your ears, who motivates your whole being. So it's there.
You said to get to repentance, you said to go somewhere. In our lineage, does that mean just going to like, a clinic somewhere, or does that mean going to a special shrine?
If the doctor is good, you can go to a clinic. But if it is a clinical subject, but it's not, so better go to a retreat where somebody can guide you and help you. I gave you instance, I could not sit. I just sat up to a certain period, and beyond that my body became very restless. And my master noticed, but he did not tell me anything. So one day I told him. He said, sit down in front of me. I sat down and I accomplished that. So going somewhere means going to someone who practices, you see. And when the master teaches a student, he teaches in one posture. This is the first sign. When I was asked to study with various teachers, my master told me, when you are talking to somebody and if he changes his posture, say namaste and go away. First thing is posture. And I met somebody who used to look after me in my childhood in the monastery, who was my guardian. Such a steady posture, statue-like, and he did not know how to move. And he was very comfortable, very knowledgeable person, and he never read anything. Nobody taught him anything. But he had so much satsanga, he knew all the scriptures, Bible, Quran, all the scriptures. He used to register through hearing. You see, from Shotriya Brahmanistam, those competent teachers who have learned from their teachers, who have experienced. So I told you to go to such a place, such a teacher who can help you, who can guide you, who understands you. You see. Yes, doctor.
Yesterday we talked about the field with mana, buddhi, chitta and ahankara. They need to be trained, so they are the trainees. Who is the trainer?
The trainer is the self that watches over all these functions. Your awareness is a total awareness.
But the awareness is akhanda. It has no division.
No. But it travels through various avenues. It's like a lamp which has many shades. Suppose your lamp has got 5 shades. The lamp light is very dim. That is also awareness. You take off one shade, life is little bit clearer. That is also awareness. You take off the other, complete awareness, absolute awareness is there where there is no shade.
It's the same thing as Panchakoshas.
Yes. Yes.
My question was, is there a proper prayer to the divine being within, besides that of asking for strength?
Nobody should actually fix up a prayer for you. You should pray in your own language, in your own way, with full determination and faith. It's okay. There are Bibles, they talk about prayers. The prayers are made, but others should not make prayers for you. Nobody makes language for a newborn baby so that she can talk to her mother. It's exactly like that. Pray in your own language as silently as possible. Yes.
When you're doing the 2 to
one breathing, are you focusing on one side and then the other?
I told you not to use your... No, first you have to do that mentally, which you can do. I gave you example, and then you should start doing that.
Follow the breath down the body and up the body.
You follow the breath as long as you have capacity.
The knowledge gives us enlightenment and liberation.
Which knowledge? That also I described. Knowledge that is subject to sense perception? No. Knowledge that is partial given through our mind? No. Knowledge through scripture? No. Which knowledge? Direct knowledge.
Sutra, I don't remember. It says Jnanam Bandhan. What does that mean, sir?
From where did you learn this? You should find out from where it is. Then I will let you know. Direct knowledge means when you come in touch with your intuitive knowledge, the infinite library within you, then you are using that knowledge for which you do not need any evidence, any support. Simple way in mathematics, 2 and 2 make 4, we do not need anyone's advice in that. Intuitive knowledge is that knowledge which helps you to decide, judge, discriminate, sharpens your buddhi so that you don't have any doubt, you don't need any confirmation from any source, you don't need any support from anyone. That is beyond your mind. It means when you calm down your mind, have perfect understanding with your mind, then you receive that knowledge starts flowing then.
Bondage.
Which knowledge? Avidya is bandhan, apara knowledge is bandhan. This knowledge is bandhan, this creates bandhan. But actual knowledge does not create bandhan. It's a Shiv Sutra. It's not Brahma Sutra.
Swamiji, what's the nature of the initiation for Gana? You said Gana Diksha or something. What is the nature of that initiation?
In the Upanishads, there are Mahavakyas, great sayings, when the sages renounce, the renunciates and monks contemplate on those. They are called Mahavakyas. The Mahavakya is given by a teacher, by the Guru. This is your Mahavakya according to your tradition. Yes. Yes.
नहीं कल आपने बताया था जो सर्कल ब्रीदिंग है श्वास में ज्यादा अच्छा है तो वो प्रैक्टिस करने से बिल्कुल
ऐसा नहीं बताया मैंने. I have not said. It should be understood well. This is inhalation and this is exhalation. This arrow indicates exhalation, this is inhalation. Now, whole technique, why this should be practiced, you are already breathing. Why it should be mastered? To omit or to expand, one are the same thing. If you have power to not to create, not to allow the pause, then you have power to expand. That's one and the same thing. In Savasana, first you say 2 to 4, With that ratio, you go to 30 to 60. When it is perfect at 30 to 60, you don't feel any uneasiness. Then you try, next step, you try to omit this pause. A very interesting subject. Those who practice this, that particular group is called Prana Vadana, Prana Vedana. Those who know the mysteries of the pranas, subtler forces of life. So they omit this. Exhale, a pause comes, and then you inhale. Inhale, a pause comes. So you try to omit these two pauses. And then you have got capacity to expand. You can exhale and wait. You can inhale and wait. That's called Kumbhaka. This is called Rechaka. This is called Puraka. And this is called Kumbhaka. So what I did, I condensed the entire method of breathing and taught you that it is easy and shortcut for you to practice if you practice this way. Use a pillow, lie down on the floor, Shavasana, by applying Mula Bandha and practicing. Of course, you have already done diaphragmatic breath, and then you practice this. Make a point, your toes. Feel as though you are exhaling to your toes. And then inhale through your toes to the crown of your head. And then you start counting by watching your capacity. Slowly expanding that. No haste is allowed in it. If you want to tread this path in 2 days' time, 10 days' time, 1 month's time, it's not possible, it should not be done. Don't hurt the finer tissues of your lungs. If you exert them, you will be hurting the finer tissues of your lungs. But once or twice a day, if you do it, there will be clarity of mind, you can see. 6 days, don't do. Only 1 day you do, you will find clarity of mind that day. Because mind and breath, they function together. They are close friends. They are twin laws of life. This should be understood. There was a debate in our monastery once. When we follow the Vedantic principle, why should we follow yoga path? My master said, yoga path should be followed, and when you have accomplished whatever yoga teaches you, then you follow Vedanta later. Without disciplining yourself, without equipping yourself, if you follow Vedanta, you are not able to assimilate. It's just like drinking finest wine through a dirty paper cup. Nobody does that. Best of the wines is taken through chalice. You see. So what I am trying to do, I told you, Sri Vidya helps you going through all these hurdles, and I am giving you a system which is condensed system, shortest cut, so that you can go safely beyond. I will not touch those points where you have certain dangers. Because if you commit mistakes and uselessly make efforts, as the books say, and I am warning teachers also, many teachers do not practice and teach others just to do experiments. That's a very dangerous thing to do. In books there are many things written. Some of the writers wrote them without knowing. Picked from here, there and wrote a book. I will tell you about Bhut Shuddhi in Laya Yoga. The writer writes, you see, let your let the earth be dissolved in the water, let water be dissolved in the fire, and let fire be dissolved in the air, and let air be dissolved in the sky. What have you understood? Nothing. And suppose you practice that my body is dissolving and it is becoming water, and my that water is being dissolved by the fire, you will find a problem which cannot be cured by any medicine. Bad yoga practice can lead you to very dangerous situations for which there is no medicine. Suppose your pranic vehicles are disturbed because of your foolish practices that you have read through books. Where is the medicine for that? Therefore a teacher is needed. And teachers should be skilled enough not to mislead their students, not to make experiments on them. Let teacher make experiments on himself, on themselves. So, we have always on the scriptures warning, yellow mark on the scriptures, don't do it. You see. It's a tradition. I will never, that's why I do not touch too much kumbhaka. Because you do not eat right food, you lead very hectic life, you don't watch your capacity. So I avoid the subject. But those who are students and those who are treading the path, there's no harm. I will teach them. For bandhas are involved in it. And there are mainly 3 locks. When Jalandhar bandha is applied, when Uddiyana bandha is applied, and when Mula bandha is applied, what you teach your student? You teach inhale and retain and exhale. The books say like that. Teachers don't teach that way. Teachers say exhale first. First exhale, then inhale. That set is different. Now you inhale and then retain and then exhale. These things are not meant in the books. They are not written in the books. So directly a student comes, immediately you teach him inhalation. Because there is so much impurity in the lungs, how come you don't have sense about it? So first you should learn to teach student exhalation, not inhalation directly. Though the book says inhalation, puraka, kumbhaka and rechaka. It has become the experience. Yogis will never write like that. In fact, what has happened, those who are very experienced, they did not have time to write. There are only few books written by those who were experienced, yet they had time to write, or they had students who jotted down their notes and then published. Most of the books on yoga, philosophy and religion, history are just mess. They create confusion. There is no clarity. You can easily find out somebody who is realized and somebody who is not realized. So therefore, scriptures does not mean books. Scriptures have a category. This subject you should practice in front of your teacher, or come to see teacher wherever you find, or understand what he says. Don't interpret in a different way. Don't translate it in your own way. It is not allowed. Again I repeat first, you sit down, learn to attain steady and comfortable posture. First you come across with the tremors, because you are trying to discipline your body, which was never disciplined. So body will move one way or the other. It has nothing to do with Kundalini. Yeah. I've seen many people smoke marijuana, take drugs and start doing this and they say it's a Kundalini awakening. I was asked to speak in a group where everybody was doing like this. I told their teacher, what are they doing? He said, their Kundalini is awakened. I said, if it is awakened, why do I speak to? To whom? So I started walking, no, do it. I said, if they stop, then I will speak. Everybody stopped. Nowhere in any Shastra it is mentioned, no teacher will ever be foolish to teach his student doing like this, and then call it Kundalini awakening. You sit down naturally, your bottom will get warm. Naturally. My bottom is warm, so I have Kundalini. Okay, now children, joke is over, be serious. Doesn't matter if it takes 3 to 6 months to attain that steady posture, comfortable posture, please. Then the breath. It might take 6 months. Don't jump here and there. It's the easiest, shortest method. Don't practice kumbhaka, retention. Just practice how to omit the pause. For pause is a killer. Pause means death. You can control the killer, you can control death, you see, by controlling the pause, by omitting the pause. Omitting pause means you can expand pause. It's not something injurious I am teaching you. Don't go beyond your capacity, I say. When you become too much breathless, what do? And a point comes when your body starts shaking. No. Your body will tell you. You should learn to understand something about your body. Body speaks to you when you overeat, when you are tired, when you are sleepy, when you are yawning. So learn to understand something about it. This will help you. Don't overdo. 3 or 2 times a day you should practice. When you have not overeaten, when you are not sleepy, when you are not worried, just do it. Learn to understand one thing. All the time you are worried, when will you practice? Why are you worried? Because you carry your office home and your home to your office. So neither you can do office work nor you can do your homework. Drop your office work at office and do your homework at home. You see. Learn to train yourself. Training, discipline is something great. If you do not know whether it is right or wrong, the quest of truth will teach you. You commit mistake, either others will tell you this is mistake, and you will realize this is not good, or you will feel this is not good, then stop it, practice it. But be free from the guilt feeling. In this Sri Vidya system, there is a wonderful system of being free from all the guilts, from all the past, from all the sanskaras. After you understand this and accomplish this, this is one of the point which is not so highly evolved stage where a yogi knows how to drop his body. I have seen many people, I have witnessed many people. In our tradition, this is a must. Yogi should not drop his body in somewhere in bewilderment. There should be somebody to witness his death. This is a system. So that others witness how has he dropped his body. So that tradition continues. Last that happened in my tradition is in 1954 when there was Mahakumbh in Allahabad. Vinay Swami at 4 o'clock dropped his body. He told everyone. Up to 3 minutes earlier he was discussing things. After that he said, now I'm going to drop my body. My time is over. So people said, when you have so much power, why do you not do it after a few days, after a few months, after a few years? He said, my body is no more cooperative. My bones are stiff because I am old. My brain is not functioning well. These are physical things. So I want to drop this. You see, my garment is old. And I want to drop it. So people ask, will you assume another body? He said, I will decide once I drop it. Then I will decide later on. You see, you can decide it now, you can decide it. There are certain decisions which you do not take today. You take mundane little decisions, actual decisions you people do not take. As you have a tradition and you have developed a science, medical science, which tells you when the child will be born accurately, you have not applied that science which tells you when will you drop your body. Because you are afraid. You are afraid of facing that. So science only tells you when will you be born. Science cannot tell you when will you die. But there is a science which exactly can tell you. And that's very helpful. That fear of death is removed. And one of the concrete thing is to practice this. Once you have not learned not just to omit this pause, you are free. The question comes, how long will it take? Not more than 6 months in any case. If you practice once in a day, 6 months. Not more than. The third class student. First class, 3 months. You will have to observe, understand certain kriyas like cleansing the body, you see, so that you don't overeat, you eat good food, you see, preparation for that. But it's not difficult. You see. It's not difficult. Look, so far you know that this is a spiritual practice. I said this is not. This is purely a technique. Higher technique which you do not know. So you call it miracle. Miracle means that which you do not know. At the moment you come to know, it is no more miracle. Doctors, the doctor who did surgery, heart surgery first time, people consider it's a miracle. When American reached moon, it was a miracle. It is no more miracle. Because the technique is known. These techniques are not so, you see, secrets. They are imparted by the teachers to the student, those who are prepared, those who deserve, and those who are practicing. And I think everyone should know it. So, that which you can practice, this which is not abstract, which is concrete, is this practice. And by this practice you can have complete control over your pause. Pause means you exhale and you want to inhale. But between inhalation and exhalation there is a pause. That pause is killer. Suppose One exhales and never inhales, he is dead. That pause is killer, that pause is called death. Yogis control that pause. All the exercises are meant to have control over that. Though all the exercises in the beginning are meant to control the motion of lungs, to regulate the motion of lungs, but that's not all. Finally, all the breathing exercises, pranayama exercises, are meant to have perfect control over the pause. Now I go beyond. After you have understood your antahakarana, you go and try to understand the finer body within you, finest body within you. According to Mundaka Upanishad, what you call prana is not prana. They are not called prana. They are called vehicle, which take pranas inside. Prana, pana, vyana, udana, samana, this way. There are many vehicles. They do their work separately. What is prana? The first unit of life is called prana, and now this is body, breath, mind, conscious mind, unconscious mind, and here is the center of consciousness from where all power comes. So first unit is called prana. Prana is not here actually, is here. Only one scripture. There are many other scriptures, but one Upanishad explains it. That's called Mundaka Upanishad. We have taught that. Because of prana, the mind moves, mind functions. Who motivates mind to function? It's prana. The Mundaka Upanishad talks about this prana. This Adi prana, this Adi prana. This Adi prana, this Shakti, Devatma Shakti, as Swet Upanishad says, is called Kundalini. Kundalini Shakti. At present it is in a latent state. You do not know. You think it's prana. It is called prana, actual prana is this. Prana means very life, the source of life. The source of whole creation. So you are going beyond after analyzing, understanding all different functions of your mind. Manas, Chitta, Buddhi and Ahankara. You can have a dialogue, a free dialogue with yourself by understanding, is it my mind that is dictating the terms to me? That is confusing. Whenever you are confused, sit down. You are confused because you have not taken decision. You have not asked your buddhi. That's why you are confused. Mind will confuse, mind will give you many suggestions. Which way shall I go? This way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Unless mind takes help from buddhi, it will be always confused. So you are confused because your buddhi is not functioning well. Remember this. Anybody who says, I am confused, you are not using your buddhi. How 2 and 2 will make 4, how 2 and 2, if you don't use your buddhi, you will go on remembering this. Confusion lies because you are not taking help from your buddhi. Dialogue means trying to be aware. Well, this mind, this manas is confusing me. Why should I not take help from my buddhi? What is my ego? Ego helps in the external world. We can polish, purify that ego and use it for right purpose. So you think ego is that faculty which is always bad? No. Bad ego is bad. So when you understand 4 aspects separately and enter into dialogue, that dialogue will help you sometimes to go beyond. What is beyond this? All this wheel, what is inside this, beyond this wheel. You have to face a train of thoughts mixed with emotions. And then a process you have to start which is called introspection. Inspecting within is called introspection. Because by that time you have learned how not to identify yourself with the thought patterns. Suddenly you remember your childhood, something you did in your childhood you liked that time. Now you are adult, you don't like it. And during meditation, when mind is calm, conscious mind, do you know what becomes active? Unconscious becomes active. So you say, what is all this? Swamiji taught me meditation, I am trying to calm down, my mind has become very active. This method is not good. When you catch hold of the small part of mind which is called conscious mind, like a finger, catch hold of it tightly, my whole body will become activated to protect it. So is the case with the students. So therefore, there is a word called patience. Learn to be patient with yourself. Learn to expand your capacity. Now persist. Don't give up. Train yourself. Training is great. I will tell you one example of training. There is a party in the army camp. And the commander ordered the captain to bring some dishes from the market. And he brought. On the way, somebody, a practical joker, appeared and said, "Attention!" He forgot that he was holding something. He came to attention. Everything broke. He came running to his commander. He said, "Sir, I have committed a mistake." "What happened?" "You are such a capable officer. Why did you do such a thing?" "Sir, that's a mistake." "So what happened, tell me?" He said, "I was coming, all right, but on the way practical joker appeared and said attention, and whenever I heard attention, I used to be attention." Training is such a powerful thing. If you have trained yourself, whenever that method of training is visualized by you hear, everything is dropped, no matter how strong habit pattern you have. So with the help of training, you can change the groups of your mind, help yourself. Never give up. Say you cannot train yourself, don't give up this. Remember, you will be rewarded from inside. Gradually you can train yourself. Now, I was talking to you about the pranic force, about the Mother Divine in you, who has created this structure, who has given you beauty, who has given you all that you have. That Mother is there in you. You see. That's a direct Shakti. Sun without its light is not sun. As sun is different from the light, but sun cannot exist without light, therefore the Atman cannot exist without Atma Shakti. Not possible. If there is no Atma Shakti, it's not Atman. If there is no light, it's not sun. Though sun is different from its light, yet they are one and the same. So is the case with the Mother Divine and Shiva, the ultimate reality, which is not subject to change. It has no gender. It's not she. It's not he. It's not child. It's not old. It has no name, no form. Yet You use in name and form to go beyond the name and form. So this prana. Now, we'll discuss something about prana. We have understood something about Chatushtayanta Karana, and we know this body is dropped, mortal part is dropped, yet unconscious part, body and individual soul is there. And when you drop this body, you go with individual soul, with this Shakti and unconscious mind. This unit goes with you. That's called death according to your definition. After death, you don't die. You still live. That's the greatest tragedy in human life. You think that you will be relieved? Not possible. Your accounts do not have same account book which you had last year. Account book is changed and accounts continue. Now, how this flow of energy is there in the human body? From crown chakra to this is human body, only up to this. These are limbs. This is called human body. How this is in human body? Yes. I drew Charles. Okay. I can make good drawing out of it. And it will look like you. At the root of the spinal column, as the scriptures say, there lie a powerhouse. Now please be attentive. Now go to a tropical country where the temperature goes higher than 120, 30, 40 degrees. And use a stove at home, you can cook your food in the same temperature. Why can't you cook in that temperature? You cannot. Because it is not condensed, you see. Now, in winter there are countries where the coolness goes beyond 0 degree.
The lecture continues.
Why do you not create air conditioner in your home? To many other things. Because it's not there. What you need to condense the energy. Use the flow of energy, which is all over the body, is scattered by going to its powerhouse first. And that powerhouse looks like this. That's what the sages say, it looks like this. It's based at the root of your spinal column. In the powerhouse, that energy, which is called Kundalini, is like this. Like this. Coiled. Now, the yoga science says there is a flow of nectar from this part of the body. She drinks that flow of nectar and remains intoxicated. It's not the wine that you find in the market or liquor. Its intoxication is heavier than that. I tell you, yes. Even Japa intoxication is very heavy. I tell you one of my I got disgusted. I said, what is this life? Whole my youth I have spent in the mountains, you see, and nothing is working. Now, I threw away my clothes, started walking on the banks of the Ganges towards the Himalayas. I said, I will drop my body wherever I want. I'll realize. So I made few promises. I will hold my hands like this. Never beg, never talk to anybody, never look back. Started. There is a small bridge at Gangnani. So I was like a lord of the universe, with all fears were gone, all hopes are gone. I was walking, so suddenly my eyes were open. So I saw somebody just 3-4 feet distance, someone having big mustache. And I stopped. And I opened eyes. There I saw a tiger. I had to decide in a second which death is better. Shall I jump in the Ganges, one death? Shall I submit to this tiger so that he injures me, hurts me, eats me? Or shall I run back? Which death is better? There was no choice of life. The question, what type of death is better? That was the choice. You know what I chose? To go forward is better than any other thing, no matter what happens. So I was in silence, nothing came from my mouth, out of fear, you know. And something, I was very sure that I was observing silence. So my lips closed and I said, So that tiger said, perhaps more dangerous tiger is in front of me. Tiger was also afraid to come forward to jump in the river, turned back and ran away. And I thought I was all alone. I said, this is my victory. You see. Even I left everything, still there is fear of death. I knew something. I knew that he was tiger. I would have. Why did I not pet that tiger? The scriptures say like this, Ahimsa pratishtayam tatsannidho vairityaga. Why did I not pet that tiger? Why was I afraid with that cat? What that cat could do? All that knowledge of the scriptures came later, but not during that time. I am being very truthful to you. I won, but at the same time, when I went to the other side of the bridge, I was sad. As though you have dropped all your hopes for life, for anything worldly, still, why did you stop? Suddenly I remember, when Buddha decided to renounce his home, palace, he decided, and somebody was going to help him to go beyond his kingdom, to lead him to that border. He turned back from the, door, just to have a glance of his only one son, once more. Who prompted him to do that? Why did he do that? Moha, attachment. It is so strong, sometimes you think that you have no attachment. But still there are some finer stings, unknown strings, unseen strings, which are still there. They are called sanskaras. How do you purify those sanskaras? Why this Kundalini sleeps here? In the scriptures, this chakra is called Mooladhara chakra, root chakra. She is supposed to stay in her home That is called Svadhyaya chakra, her own abode. Her own abode is not this. She is sleeping here because she is intoxicated, she doesn't know where she is. She is so much intoxicated that she has slipped down from her abode and she is sleeping here. It is in her latent place. In dormant place. So what the yogis do, those who know this yogic anatomy, those who understand, then they do it. After all, she is Mother Divine. Whether she is sleeping, she has created and now she is resting. But she is not at her home. Svadhisthana chakra. She is supposed to be in her home. You see. So what the yogis do, awaken her. So what they heard during that time, hissing sound. Like this. Hissing. Which was later on compared by the Swami with the hiss of the snake. You see. It's coil like snake, you know. They uncoil this force and lead this force through, which resides inside your centralis canalis, Brahmanadi, Saraswati Nadi, the finest tube channel within you, and to the highest abode, where her beloved resides. This is easily accomplished by the yogins, by the devotees of Sri Vidya. Now, she is also called Tripurasundari. Tripura, Pura means city. Tri means three. But she dwells on the fourth. Waking, dreaming and sleeping. These are three cities. Are you listening to me, gentlemen? Okay. And fourth is called Turiya. Fourth stage. All that you can do, you are able to do, you are functioning consciously during waking state is also her city because of her power. When you dream, which is that power that you use during the dreaming state is also her power. What is that power which gives you complete rest, leads you to sleep? That is also her power. But actually she is here. That is her real, it is called sleepless sleep. Mandukya Upanishad discusses this at length. You see. But this is only a vichara, understanding. How do you attain the understanding that you have? You need to practice for that. You understand something. You understand that sun shines and it's such a big light, but you understand the moon shines in this. You understand the far distance there is water and you are thirsty, you cannot reach there. Practice is needed. And that practice should be concrete, profound. You know what you are doing. Don't do if you do not know what you are doing. It will be a waste of time, it is dangerous, it is uncertain. The teachers say that there are three khandas. This is called Brahmakhanda. 1000-petal lotus, the highest of all chakras, the highest of all chakras. Why it is called highest? In this city of life, There are many gates, but the highest of the gate is here. Many yogis drop their body through that gate. That's another way of dropping the body. There, anybody who goes through this gate knows where is he going. You will find one of these gates, one of the 9 holes, becomes distorted when somebody dies. Eyes become like this, tongue become like this, something is distorted. It means the pranas depart through that. Yogis say no. We will drop our body because body is subject to change, death and decay. It is going to be. Body is not immortal. So we will drop this body through this gate. Why through any other gate? Why through eyes? So that's why you will see many people, their eyes bulge, somebody's tongue is. So there are certain signs and symptoms. If a yogi goes to examine someone, he can exactly tell you how long this person is dying. I had a very bad habit. On my way to Ayodhya, I was going and there was a police station. So there was a tree on the other side of the road. I sat down, it was a summer day. I was wearing one small loincloth and hat. You see, one pot of water with me, nothing else. Here comes the in charge of the police post, touches my feet and said, "Sir, my father is seriously ill. Can you tell me what will happen?" Ask your question accurately so that I can give you accurate answer. He said, "What is going to happen? I have duties. If he is not going to die today, then I will go on my duty and come back." I said, "What is the time now?" He said, 1 o'clock. I said, "He is going to die at 4 to 5. 4 minutes before 5 o'clock. You know, he brought his whip. He said, "Look here, Swami, if my father dies, according to your prediction, exactly that time, I will adore you like my father, I will not cry. But if he doesn't die, I will whip you so much, I will kill you first." Serious problem. I said, "Look here, whatever I knew, I told you, now let me go." He said, "No. When your prediction comes true or untrue, then I will allow you to go." That habit of mine broke that day. So I calmed down. So 5 minutes before, 10 minutes before he came out, he said, "Now I'm ready." I said, "No, still 5 minutes more." I don't want to wish anything bad, but exactly at that time, he did and he died. So he went to attend his father and I went on my way. Since then I said, it's not good to be fortune teller. This, you see. But a layman can also know whether this person is dying or not by seeing the thumb. When thumb drops, this drops. You see, it is not dropping. It drops, touches this part, then he is dead. This is a definite sign I am telling you. Huh? In any position, this drops. It has some connection with it. That's why Hindus have a tradition up to honor somebody with the sandal paste like this. There is some meaning behind it. There are many such signs and symptoms which I write in the book, Life Here and Hereafter. They are not wrong. They are definite signs and symptoms. Now, those who want to have worldly wisdom, worship the Shakti here, and this group is called Kala group. Kala, Kula, limited to your family tradition. This group worships in external form, but very prosperous as far as worldly wisdom, riches, things are concerned. They use all the things. They get married, they have girlfriend, they drink, they take fish, they use many methods. You see. That particular worship, which is still used in many parts of India. You will not know. Only one who knows this subject will recognize. Because Sabha Madhye cha Vaishnava. When you see them outside, you will not know. They will never talk this secret, this philosophy to anybody. There are rare families in Kerala, Mangalore, South India, who practice this. But very few. In Kashmir, there are families, and there is a subcaste that is called Kaul. Mr. H.K. Kaul, Mr. Kaul. Kaul was our ambassador of the United States. Perhaps his ancestor, not perhaps, sure, his ancestors followed this, that's why they use the name Kaula. There is another group that worships, this is Rudrakhanda. Fire, water, and the Kundalini. These three come within Rudrakhanda. Then comes Vishnu Khanda. Fire again is included. Anhat Chakra and Vishuddha Chakra, Vishnu Khanda. Then Khanda, Brahma Khanda. Little bit of this, but prominently this and this. So this second school says we don't want to be so much worldly. So that group lives in the world, is prosperous in the world, and that is called Mishra. You know, you'll say Mr. Mishra is coming in India. Actually, it's their tradition. Was the tradition, this tradition called Mishra. It's an Anhat Chakra. They have different scriptures, but scriptures do not carry much weight, much guidance, because this is an oral tradition, very ancient tradition. Vedas are considered to be most ancient books, but this tradition is equally ancient as Vedas. This is simply coming oral. They don't want this tradition to be written, because it will be lost, it will be misused. It was misused by Vajrayana group. When Buddha renounced the world, was enlightened, went to Rajgrihi, he charmed the whole world. All young people started joining Buddhism. And they did not know how to discipline, how to follow the discipline of renunciation. So they created a marga, a path which is called Vajrayana. So Vajrayana, though taken from this scripture, misusing this scripture, became a part of Buddhist and destroyed the entire Buddhism. That's why there are no Buddhists in India. The home of Buddha, there is nothing. Outside India, it is flourishing. Misuse of the path. Here Mishra group knows how to devote. They use their way of worship, Panchopachara, Sodasopachara puja. 16 things are used, 5 things are used. All they use 5, 5, 5 in Manas puja. And then they use 16, which sharpens your brain, your mind so nicely. You can never say, I've forgotten. If you attend your puja, one thing it does, it makes your mind inward and it makes your mind one-pointed. But another school, you see. This school does not reject this school but doesn't follow this school. It's like fork. You see. So this is true. Dichotomy does not reject trichotomy. Yet they are two different. A fork having 2 spikes, a fork having 3 spikes. 2 spikes do not reject the 3. This does not reject this, but this follows only this. Manas puja. They say any action of yours done in the external world, all their fruits remain in this world. What goes with me? What will go with me? Not my wealth, not my home, not my wife, not my children. Anything external will be here. What goes with me? My own sanskaras, my impressions which I stored in my mind. So why not immediately purify my mind? You see. So they say mental worship is far more superior than the physical or external worship, the worship that is done by the priests in the external world. Mind needs purification. Mind needs to be prepared. Mind is a great obstacle. Mind is a great barrier. This is that. Now what shall we do? I give you 6-7 minutes break and then we'll refresh and then I'll give you practicum and you do more. Is it okay? Because you are tired also. Please take your seats. Am I late or are you being late? You are getting information as well as practicum. So those who are keen to practice, they will get something definite to follow, and if they have any obstacle, they can always approach me. I will know whether they are practicing or they are just questioning me. The questions will be not answered, the hurdles will be removed, those who are practicing. This is my promise. Okay. So that this particular center is considered to be center of emotions. Those find themselves emotionally predominant. For them, it's better to start this center. But there is another point I'd like to tell you. Why did I include Manipur chakra in it? Because Manipur chakra is biggest of all. It controls the solar system. And I met somebody who was a master of solar science, and Paul Brunton writes about him in his book Search in Secret India. And I was there when this thing happened. I was lucky to have experienced all these things, because from the very beginning I was with Swamis, and at the same time I was sent to different schools of India. So Paul Brunton was questioning about death and life. Paul Brunton said, I have to ask you one question, Swamiji. It is in Benares. Is there any possibility that the dead comes back to life? He said, of course, it is in Christianity also. Resurrections. Can you demonstrate? He said, yes. He said, okay. Get a bird, living bird, and don't destroy any part of the bird, just choke the bird, so that bird is dead clinically. The doctors were called, 2 doctors. And Paul Brunton said, no, I will choose the doctors. He had a choice. He brought one of the French doctors during that time working in Benares, and one Indian doctor. And they found that bird was totally dead. Then give me that bird. He said, is it possible that I can hold the bird and you can do what you want from distance? He said, no, my hands are open. Like this, I was sitting there. And he closed his eyes, whispered something in his mind, the lips a little bit moved, and the bird flew. And bird flew at least 40 to 50 feet away in a tree, and they watched, and from there it flew to different tree. So they watched the bird, they ran after bird 3-4 hours. You see. And he says, look, this is not divine power in the end. It's called solar science. So those who are teachers, before they teach, you see, Kala, and then or they teach Mishra, they first teach their student something about this solar power, Manipur chakra. Concentrating on this chakra, which is situated at the navel, a triangular form that indicates fire, the flames of the fire go higher, upwards. So, making their mind one-pointed, they do it. In few days' time, heat starts being felt by you, you start perspiring, and it becomes easy to notice that you have accomplished something. Two things are noticed in your character. Appetite is increased, excess appetite. Excess appetite. You can eat 10, 20, 30, 40 plates a day. You see? Because I have seen one person. There was one man about whom, I have written in my Living with Himalayan Master, Neem Karoli Baba. So he said, these people are troubling my devotees. Bole, let's go. That was my nickname. I am going to teach them lesson. They trouble me every day. He told 40 disciples in the city, I am going to come and eat with you. I said, why do you do this? Telling everybody and not going anywhere, it's not good. He said, no, you are coming with me. I followed with him. And he started eating. And he ate and he said, are you happy? He said, yes, I bless you and go into another place. 40 dishes he ate in a day. I never went to bathroom. Finally, when he sat down somewhere at the 45th place, he said he is very hungry. Because of the practice of this chakra. To activate this chakra, there is one exercise that is recommended which is called Agnisara. Most of you do not understand the difference between Agnisara and stomach lift. They are two different things. Entirely. Come on, Dr. Beagle here. Show them what is stomach lift, abdominal lift. This is abdominal lift. He is lifting the abdomen. But this does not make Agnisara. This prepares your abdomen for practicing Agnisara. And Agnisara prepares you for activating your solar system. Remember this. Systematically, if it is done, it is not a long thing. How many times you do Agnisara? 100 times at least. How much you have to begin with? 25 times. What is the difference between stomach lift and Agnisara? He will describe. Now, this is stomach lift. Now, what is Agnisara? Now, this is Agnisara. Let it go.
He's pulling in above the pubic bone, and then it's coming up.
Okay. Let's see again. Rolling up.
The abdominal contents roll up towards the chest cavity after he pulls up.
When will it happen? When you have done stomach lift, when your muscles, abdominal muscles become supple, then it will become easy for you to do it. When you have done Agnisara 100 times, you have acquired good health. Another problem comes in it. Sexual feelings, sexual activities increase, so that you have to control during that. You have to control two things: appetite, sexual appetite, and food appetite. You see. I have seen a man, his name, he writes, Paul Brunton, doing sex with 90 women. in the row. I've never seen such a bazaar anywhere in the world. And he is still alive, that man. His name is Masuri Samser. He is from Nepal, from royal family. He misused the power of this. And Paul Brunton writes about him. Masuri Samser is his name. These practices could mislead you if you don't have guidance and if you don't seek guidance. But these practices are very healthy. You see. You can control any physical disease, disorder, if you practice this. Okay. No. No Ashwini Mudra, no Mula. First you do a stomach lift for 1 or 2 months when your abdominal muscles become supple. Then you draw in right from this pelvic. Draw in, as though something is rolling up. And then, not force, relax. In certain cases, yes.
Do we do this in exhalation?
No, you come here, I will tell you, so that they can learn again. Come on. One rule is being applied from the very beginning. When you pull in, push in, you have to exhale, and when you relax, you have to inhale. This is right from diaphragmatic breath to, you say, this is called stomach lift and Agnisara. When you push in your abdomen, you should exhale. This is a law. Because that muscle, diaphragm, presses in your lungs and it becomes easy for you to exhale because of the bad habits, actively living. That reverses. So that regulates the motion of lungs and helps the motion to expel the carbon dioxide or used up gas. But Agnisara is different. You don't have to use any. The same exhalation when you inhale, push in, exhale, and when you relax, allow it to come out, inhale. Don't force when you exhale. Many of you force when you exhale. No. Force should be used only when you exhale, not in inhalation. Any question on this?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there only one breath, one in breath, one exhalation, and one inhalation?
Yeah. Yes. By the time you have trained your breath. Yes.
Nadi provide the same benefits as Agnisara?
Nadi is entirely different kriya, which benefits the abdomen. Nadi is churning. You see. Yes, wait.
So on the Agnisara, can you do the breathing quickly? Can you do it quickly, or does it have to be done very slowly?
No. In quickly you cannot draw in the whole abdomen to its final desired state. Yes?
What is the ideal time for one Ahimsa, or say how many per minute?
According to your capacity. My capacity differs from your capacity, so the idea time also differs. Perhaps I have practiced long breath, you have not. So idea of time goes according to your breath. Yes.
When you're doing like 100, is it permissible to do more than one lift per breath?
No. You cannot complete that role, entire role from here. In stomach lift you can do. Sometimes you do in stomach lift faster. But this is just Agnisara. That's the difference between stomach lift and Agnisara.
It's still, you should only do one per breath.
Yes, sometimes even one breath is not sufficient. You have to coordinate with your breath and the muscle pull. Yes?
You mentioned earlier about speaking about eliminating past samskaras.
I'm coming to that. Don't jump. Okay. I don't forget my subject.
Why is it easier for
for me to do now only, and I get impatient with Agnisar?
Because you have not developed patience. Simple thing. Patience is a different virtue. It is not attained through Agnisara. Okay. Yes.
Swamiji, he said in the description that you were rolling up. It didn't roll all the way up into Uddiyana Bandha. It just rolled up and with the breath then came back down.
Yes. As far as you can. As far as you can. Huh?
How do I do it on the chair?
How do you do? You can do it by putting your hands on the abdomen and watch my abdomen first. Will you watch? Now, ask your hands to push your abdomen as far as you can, and then gently relax your hands. This way you can help. That's why the bag, sandbag, other weights are used for it. Up to 12 pounds you are allowed to do that. Because the capacity of your diaphragm is tremendous. You can move grand piano. Such a great capacity. Okay, let me speak, otherwise you will be left. Mishra here means combined, not mixed up. That which combines the worldly success and at the same time devotion. Devotion, what for you want to devote, what for do you worship? To attain nearness. You want to attain nearness. You want to know and see that Devatma Shakti very closely. Closely, face to face. So there is another school that is called Samaya. Many Western writers did not know what it was because we don't impart this knowledge to everybody. We test the students again and again and then impart this knowledge. You see. Nadatabhyam, nadatabhyam, nadatabhyam. Don't give, don't give, don't give this knowledge. This will be misused, this will be not used properly. It should not be given. And the center is Ajna Chakra here. After you have done this worship, you have organized your emotional body. When emotional body no more disturbs the lake of mind or life, then we give next step, and that is called Ajna Chakra. Now you will see in all geometrical figures, try and one day you will know what I am saying. It's easy to keep your mind busy on this figure. It's easy to keep your mind within this figure. It's easy to keep your mind in this figure. But mind refuses to be in the circle. Does not want to be in the circle. Because human nature is not to be. Animal in human being does not want to be disciplined. Human in human wants to be disciplined because he has knowledge of the Absolute. At least he can have the glimpse. The more you have animal active in your life, because you are a compound of three, animal, human and divine. Animal does not want to be. So is the case with your mind. There are three qualities of human mind: sattva, rajasa and tamasa. Tamasa does not want to be disciplined. The great symbol of tamasa in Indian mythology is Ravana. He had all the powers. What was the difference between Rama's character and his character? He was tamasa and not sattvic. That was the difference, the only difference. He was more learned than Rama. He was equally devotee of Shiva, like Rama. Animal does not want, so animal mind does not want to be in the circle. That's why animal mind is trained here. Animal mind means that negative part of mind which runs towards the world and refuses to go to fathom the finer forces of life within. Rajasic mind and animal mind. Animal mind is actually burnt here as the gold is burnt into the fire and then ornaments are made. Animal mind is burnt here. Then comes that purified mind is again disciplined here and it becomes human mind. That human mind is led and then given this circle. This is called Agya Chakra. A means in Sanskrit. हरिशंकर बोलो आ माने क्या होता है? ए हरिशंकर, क्या मतलब हुआ? हैं? A means no here. नहीं. A means here, Agya means no, Gya means knowledge. So far, whatever you have done is not knowledge. And you will be disappointed. Whatever you have done, it is all preparation. It is not knowledge. Even this chakra will not give you jnana. Well, that's what he was talking about, jnanavanda. Ajna chakra. A means no, Gya means knowledge. A means little also. Whatever little knowledge actually you have first through this chakra, not from the below chakras. All preparation. Preparation is more important than the attainment. If you are not fully prepared, you are not able to attain. Preparation is very important. Therefore, don't ignore. Say, you don't want to be prepared, you are perfect and you can straight away go. It's just like going to perform belly dance without any learning it. Ajna chakra. So here, that mind which has not been prepared systematically refuses to. And then here, now I like to meditate, I like to give them one hint. Meditators immediately want to see a light. You have a light, why are you worried? Convince yourself that you have light and I can convince you. How do you see this light if you don't have light? How do you see light of sun, moon and stars if you don't have light? You have light of knowledge, you have light of brilliance, you have light of decisiveness, you have light of discrimination. Your light is definitely superior light than all these dumb lights. With the little switch off, there will be darkness. You see? From where that light comes? It doesn't come from eyes, it comes through eyes. Very little of it comes through eyes. Vast of it does not come through eyes. Vast of it remains inside. That is why in yoga symbols, there is one symbol that is called Trinetra. Eye. I live in the Himalayas, so when I went to Toronto, somebody told me there is a book here written by Lalita Tripurasundari, Third Eye. And he lived in Toronto. And he came to see me and I knew him. Is it true that operation is performed in the Himalayas, third eye operation? I did not know what to say, because if I said no, his book wouldn't sell. And if I say it, it's misleading. I said, I will answer you tomorrow. There is no such physical operation, and there is no doctor who performs operation on third eye. Believe me. I was born in the Himalayas. I toured whole of the Himalayas, right from Pakistan Himalayas, Punjab, Garhwal, Assam, part of China. I don't think there are many such toddlers like me who traveled in the Himalayas so extensively as I did. I met all the sages of all orders, Christian sages, those who migrated from Kerala, St. Thomas Church, and other. And I met Sufis, I met Sikhs, I met Hindus, I met Chinese, I met Buddhists, I met Jain, Tibetans. Just I want to know. Though they are from different orders, yet all are searching something. What is that something? So I came to one conclusion. And I want to give you one simple thing. When you start meditating, don't try to see the light. You see easily light. Why, what type of meditation it is? You are in search of what light? So don't have that, I want to see light. I want to see blue light, purple light, yellow light, gold light. Don't. These lights will come and disappear according to the predominance of tattvas. One day you will see golden light, one day you will see yellow light, one day you will see red light. That's not progress. Those lights you see, you have glimpse because of the tattva. You have 5 tattvas, elements. Fire. When earth is active, you will see yellow light. You can, many times a meditator feels fragrance, and that's not untrue. Because during that time he is one with the Prithvi Tattva. So fragrance is quality of Prithvi Tattva. Many times a student sees himself, you see, floating in the water. Many times he will feel burning sensation. These are the symptoms of the tattvas, predominance of tattvas. One of the tattvas remain predominant. You can easily see. Have a mirror and do ha. You will find that mirror is creating many forms. Because at different times, after 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour again do it, that picture which is made by the vapor changes. Predominance of tattvas. Therefore, my suggestion and what we are taught and the way we are trained, I tell you, not to hanker, not to worry about the light, seeing light. Suppose you see the light, what will happen to you? You have seen lights. What has happened? These lights have made you crazy. That will make you more. That is not right teaching. So the teachers of meditation say, learn to make your abode in complete darkness. How do you observe that this is darkness or this is light? Because during that time your light within becomes very observant and alert. You experience darkness. It's very easy to experience and imagine, light. But it's difficult to observe darkness and maintain that darkness for some time, I tell you that. A student is asked to observe darkness, complete darkness around him. Why? So that he can see real light far and far away. Where? Within himself. So teacher gives him initiation on the Ajna Chakra Vedana, meditating on the Ajna Chakra. And he says, in the Ajna Chakra, completely dark, oval type, this figure, you meditate. Don't go towards the words and aksharas, otherwise you will be lost in. You will be saying I, you whole day. What you will find? You will find a light coming through. That is the process, not meditating. When you are asked to gaze on light, it is a trataka, training the eyes. It is not meditation. But it is done after you have done your puja here. Pancho Char Puja, Sodso Char Puja. Now, what connects you to Sahasrara Chakra? By the way, I want to mention briefly something. Those who are therapists and doctors, I will tell them and request them to do some experiments on the solar signs. Meditate on the navel chakra, Manipur chakra. And the more they meditate, the more they will find intuitive diagnosis ability. I developed it. I have proved it scientifically. What happened? By chance I want to mention, it has been documented. I was sitting in my office in Manager Foundation. So they said there is a meeting at 4 o'clock. I said, doctor, after food I sleep. Can you postpone it up to 5? He said, no, because it's late. So I did not eat much so that I don't feel. That was my sleeping time, daytime. I went to that, I was half asleep and half awake when I was there. So a doctor, she was a woman, her husband was a doctor, and the person who was treating the child was also a doctor. So what is the problem with this child? You are talking of intuitive diagnosis. I said, what the doctor says? Say, asthma. I said, no. 1, 2, 3, on the 3rd chamber there is a hole, congenital hole, and it is not being treated. I don't know this. And the doctor who was sitting there was expert, got very angry. You are challenging my knowledge? I said, I'm not challenging anyone's knowledge. Take him to the lab, get it confirmed. Immediately the child was there. It was seen, there was a hole. How can it be cured? I said, that's another question. We were talking of diagnosis. It can be done. It can be as sure as anything. But only the therapists and doctors, those who have some knowledge of, you see, anatomy and physiology. It is important to have that. But it happens only through Manipur chakra. Manipur chakra is used. Biggest network is under the domain of Manipur chakra. The doctors should develop that ability. When clinical symptoms or other symptoms, other findings fail, one finding helps, and that is called intuitive diagnosis. That can be helped. If you can find out what that means, it's okay. But for the sake of confirmation, where you find you cannot decide, you can use that method, and that's a wonderful way. I was unfortunate not to train anybody in this country because nobody wants to work. It takes some time, it takes some labor, it takes some effort. I never wanted any fee for that, Therefore, I always involve Manipur chakra throughout and tell the students to spend few minutes sadhana on Manipur chakra. But there is another chakra between Manipur, between Agya and Sahasrara. That is called Guru chakra or Jnana chakra. Now you will find this point flows downwards and that flows upwards. It's a knowledge, flame of knowledge that flows upwards. And this flows downwards. Shakti's trend in human body is downward because, I explained to you, Kundalini remains coiled in a dormant form and slipped from her own abode because she is drunk. She drinks that best of the nectar that flows from Brahmanda, and that's why we are crude. When we stop her doing that, she awakes, dashes and goes there. How to stop that? Is there any other way? There are many ways. I am going to describe Jnana Chakra, meditation on this, attaining Sahasrara Chakra, accomplish Turiya tomorrow. It's 12:15. And be prepared for 2 hours tomorrow if it takes 2 hours. God bless you. Are you picking up? Don't put me useless question, but if you don't understand, repeat it. I pray to the divinity in you. Seven minutes for questions, but some useful questions. And do not let out your useless emotions on me. Yes.
Breathing, we mentioned the timing is by counting. This counting creates a very subtle jerk. How to avoid that?
You are true. That cannot be avoided. Yet you have to learn to make your breath smooth without just mentally. Or then, for that, there is a way. You don't have to count, you see. You feel as though you are breathing right from the crown of your head to the toes and coming back from the crown toes to the crown of your head, and then catch hold of the thread of the pranas with exhalation and inhalation. Go far as you can. If you study the book Sant Janeshwar's Gita, he explains that technique which I experimented, and that's very useful.
But the ratio 1 to 1 is there, but 1 to 2 cannot be done that way.
1 to 2 can be done that way. If you exhale and go beyond, you see. Yes.
Swamiji, during Mandukya Upanishad, you mentioned that inhaling should be done from the base of the spine to the crown, and exhaling should be done from the crown to toe.
That's a different technique. That technique is different.
That was for Turiya?
That technique is different. Then when you start mentally, there are two things. You know, men and women's relationships, sometimes man tries to be predominantly strong and sometimes woman. So sometimes the stress is given on the breath and sometimes on the mind. On the breathing exercises, breath first and mind follows, then you ask mind first and then breath should follow after you have trained. That technique is practiced when you have trained your breath so that breath do not have jerks, noise, pause, you see, and shallowness. In such a case, then you do it mentally.
Why I ask this question is that from spine to crown and crown to toes helps in 2 to 1 ratio more than from toe to crown and crown to toe.
Mm-hmm. That helps. Yes?
How can I become fearless?
By examining fears. And I am going to give you a technique. For the therapists and doctors, this technique, if they remember, this is very useful. Nothing higher than this, which I am going to teach you today. And that is also called manaprakshalanam. How to wash your mind, how to purify your mind. But knowing is not very helpful. Sometimes it could be dangerous. You know and you don't do. Practicing is important. And when you start practicing, everything will follow. So you should know that. Yes?
How can one overcome loneliness?
Very easy. I always used to think, actually in the world, one disease that cannot be cured, and perhaps it's the source of all diseases. Loneliness creates fear, loneliness creates insecurity, loneliness creates many things. Perhaps that is the center of all the diseases, psychosomatic diseases. But people don't want to recognize it. And because of that insecurity, people get married to get rid of loneliness. You see, and instead of getting rid of it, it increases. I find two people sharing the same roof, bed, you see, claiming each other to be very happy and yet both are lonely. So what is that loneliness? Let me repeat. I have been telling you a story, and in my childhood, when I was a teenager, I was very fearless but arrogant. And my master did not know how to, you see, help me. You see. Arrogant in a way, I used to think, nothing is impossible for me, my master will do it. With that feeling I became arrogant. So one day, a prince of that state where we used to live in the mountains, where there was earthquake recently, came to visit, and he came from London, so his father said, go and meet the Swamiji, who is our revered teacher, and then take over. So, with all his paraphernalia, secretary, guards, and as I thought many people coming, it never happens to our cave. And gunmen. So I stood outside, I said, who are you? So secretary came forward and says, sir, he is a prince of this state. I said, I am the prince of this cave. You see, how come you have, without my permission, you get out of this place? So the secretary was a little bit matured, so he understood that this boy has some problem, you know. So he said, sir, can I see the master? I said, hence you are humble, I'll allow you. You see. Because he said, the secretary says, do you know he is a prince of this state? That annoyed me. Who cares? Who is prince? You see. It's a 12th century business. So he came and he went inside. Exactly, I was with him with his folded hand and said, good morning to you, sir. And he said, I had his too. I mean, okay, good morning. And if you really analyze, what do you mean by good morning? It is not wishing somebody, is wishing the morning. These are Western mantras, you know. Sorry, sorry, thank you, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. They don't carry any sense. But it has become a custom, so everyone says good morning to you. Good morning is good morning for us both. Why are you reminding me? Say something useful, you know, don't waste my time. So here, so he didn't say anything after that. He said, sir, you seem to be lonesome, he said. And what did he answer? Beautiful. Hence you have come, I have become lonesome. If you really analyze your relationship, all the relationship you have, who makes you lonely? Those who claim to love you, with whom you are attached, to whom you are attached, they make you lonely. Outsiders don't make you lonely. They are outsiders. So the root of loneliness is attachment. Then he said, so far I have been conversing with my friend within me. Now you diverted my mind and make me lonely. You will be not lonely if you feel the presence of the Lord within. The moment you forget that, you will become lonely. Because any relationship in the external world has no power, strength and capacity to give you freedom from loneliness. Not possible. Therefore, because all the relationship, anything external is subject to change, death, decay and decomposition. Everything is fast fleeing, disappointing. Yet we live in the world, we smile, we enjoy, we laugh and we amuse ourselves. In reality, you are lonely, all are lonely. That loneliness will be there because you have forgotten the real friend within yourself and you have established friendship with the strangers, and the strangers cannot be relied upon. You assume the duties, what you call duties. This is my wife, this is my children, this is my home, this is my... All these assumptions create attachment for you. It's a reality. But in the heart of hearts, if you know that the greatest of all the friends is within me, and then you will be never lonely. There is only one way of having freedom from that loneliness, which is the source of many, many psychosomatic diseases. By being constantly aware of the truth within you, the greatest of all friends. In the external world, everything changes. Look at how much love do we have for our body, consciously and unconsciously. From morning till evening, we cater, we look after this body. And it's frail. It's not something that any moment, it crumbles. So much time with you. We forget that there is someone eternally seated within us who is our real friend. We forget that. The constantly present friend within you. It's present there. So I am going to make you aware that presence, that friend within you, you need very closeness, and that's what the third path is called samaya. I am with you. When you have this awareness that Lord is with me, Lord of life is with me, then there will be no fear. Fear of what? It has only two reasons. Of losing what you have and of not gaining what you want. And you all are afraid of your bodies. Because mind nobody can take. It's such a dirty thing nobody wants. If you offer your mind to somebody, you cannot do it. Because mind does not belong to you, you have no control, you belong to the mind and you are giving your owner instead of giving your slave. The day you are the owner of your mind, master of your mind, then you give, that is called self-surrender. Otherwise, it's just something, unauthorized giving. So such a mind, which does not know how to follow, how to be directed, how to be orderly. Such a mind needs a particular method so that mind goes that way, flows that way. Anyone who thinks that mind can be stopped and one can stop thinking, that's not right method. Mind should be taught where to flow, which way to flow, how its energy can be used. And that particular method is best of the methods where you allow your mind to flow consciously, and that is useful method. Body is yours and it's a good instrument. Soul, of course, that you are. Senses are yours. Breath is yours. It's only one thing, alien, that is mind, which does not cooperate. How to establish friendship with that alien? Sant Tukaram, Jnaneshwar, Samarth Ramdas, everyone talked about that mind. You see, even some of the Navayana Buddhists say, no mind business. I don't want to accept that mind exists. But that's not possible. You see. Therefore, to chalk out a road, you see, a way for the mind to travel. It has a habit of traveling from one place to another. If you say, I am speaking truth that I am here, I am not going to believe you, because mentally you are not here. You see. Such a mind which has its moods, manners, which is equipped, you see, fully with all atomic powers, which was not trained to be creative, it's there with you. And whole of the body lies in that mind, but whole of the mind is not in the body. That's the serious problem. Psychologists of last century interpreted in, say, you are carrying that bag with yourself. You see? The brighter you make through light, the brighter you are, the brighter that bag is, that shadow is. Therefore, I've started describing. You have more questions, creative questions? Then I will start my subject. Yes, sir.
Forgive me, Gurudev, for the yesterday's question, but I would like a little clarification in your talk. The relationship between Turiya, Samadhi and Saundari Lahari.
Turiya Samadhi, that state, Saundariya Lahari, Tripurasundari, that's the abode of mother. So that is the relationship. Turiya is the abode of mother, from where she watches all three states, sleeping, dreaming, waking. So in enlightenment, on the path of enlightenment, you attain Turiya. But the devotee says, with her grace, you can easily attain Turiya because it is her abode. Turiya is abode. That's why she is called Tripurasundari. Pur means city. There are three cities, waking, dreaming and sleeping. You are citizen of three cities. And she is citizen of 4 cities. The fourth one is Turiya. So that is a relationship.
So where does Samadhi?
Turiya, if you have attained some Turiya, you have gone beyond Samadhi. Yes. In Samadhi, you attain a state of equilibrium, tranquility. Here you go beyond the state which is called, which is called sleepless sleep. You are in deep sleep, yet you are fully awake. That is the state in which you. Yes?
The
my Divine Mother related to the Lord within?
Divine Mother related to?
To the Lord within.
Virtually they are one and the same. There are two aspects of the Lord. One is silent aspect, dormant aspect, another is expressive aspect. That creative aspect is called Mother, that silent aspect is called Father of the universe. One is called Shiva, another is called Shakti. Without Shakti, nothing can be created. This universe was directly created by Shakti. You see, though source is Shiva, but Shiva without Shakti's help cannot create the universe. One is unmanifested power, another is manifestation. That which manifests is called Shakti. That which remains in unmanifested form, though it is still there, is called self-existent power. That is Shiva. And which manifests itself, that is called Shakti. This fine discrimination is there. Yes?
Swamiji, would you elaborate a little bit on what you stated yesterday about that dark area within
I am going to after this question. Yes?
Sir, what does the mind do in sleep? Does it just run around?
No. Sleep means where there is no content in the mind, then that is called sleep. When thoughts are not active, they don't go to their chamber, conscious mind. They don't use their avenues, their employees, senses. During that time you are in deep sleep. The moment there is some content in the mind, that is not sleep, it turns to dream. And when your mind contacts, your uses your senses, the employ, then it's called waking state. But there is a state beyond waking, dreaming and sleeping, that's called turiya, state beyond. You see, in which you are on the top of the mountain, seeing above, down, below, here, there and everywhere. That turiya state, that kingdom is called kingdom of beauty, where there lies Mother Divine, Shakti, the power of powers. Yes?
Can you define bliss?
I am eating candy. I cannot define the sweetness. No writer can define. You will have to eat the candy, so this is beyond description, definition.
I'm not clear on the questions that I should be asking myself.
Then don't ask.
In the internal dialogue that you want us to do, what are the questions I should be asking during that internal dialogue for spiritual meditation?
You should first ask. The internal dialogue has a first question, Koham, who am I? First. Am I body alone, which is subject to change, death and decay? Am I born at the mercy of the matter? Am I just a heap or lump, a miserable heap and lump of matter? Is there anything beyond that? First you analyze that body, your greatest friend, to whom you depend so much, expect so much from the body, waste so much time and energy, devote so much time and energy. You know it changes, you see, and it goes to decay. Now, I am a breathing being too. Suppose I don't receive breathing, then can I live? No, body cannot be retained. So as I am physical being, I am a breathing being too. Then I think. I am a thinking being too. It's beyond my breath. Then I reason, the finest part of reasoning, thinking, I reason. By discriminating what is right and what is wrong. This process is called dialogue. Then how am I thinking? Is my mind everything? All the aspects of my internal states? No. So I am beyond this. Am I affected by my mind? Yes, because I identify myself with my mind. My mind is identifying itself with the objects of the world, that's why it is unhappy. You see. When you understand that you are full of bliss, peace and happiness, that's your nature, then you no more identify yourself with your mind. This dialogue will bring awareness. Now you have become aware that there is something that is beyond the mire of delusion created by your mind. What is that? How to reach there? You will have to somehow or other have compromise with your body. So some people say by having good health, and at the same time training your body, learning to be still and comfortable, and then say having serene breath, then having mental dialogue. Oh my mind, why are you not listening to the reasonings of my buddhi? Why are you creating problems for me? Immediately Manas says, I am not trained. You better train me. Whenever you do something, you know many times that it should not be done, but you just ignore it. If it is subject to sense pleasure, you know that it is not rewarding ultimately, yet you do it because of your habit patterns, because of your habits, because of your habit of that particular aspect of being which is called manas within you. Therefore, dialogue helps you, makes you aware of this, you see, and then practice effort, self-effort. And I tell you, nothing is impossible with self-effort. I am going to give you something. There was somebody, a great musician in our country during that time, his name was Omkarnath Thakur. Many people know. He was my contemporary. So when I heard him, I said, he's nothing, I can do better. And I started practicing music for 7 hours a day. So my master said, this boy is extremist, you know. He goes to extreme and forgets other things. One day Swamis of the cave told him that he creates problem for us. He said, look, he has come for a month or two, from the university. When he goes away, they said, no. We have renounced our homes, and all the time he reminds of, he explains how a woman looks beautiful and how that she wears. During those I was practicing Thumri. Baju band khul khul jaye. See? It's a piece of beautiful ornament. You see? So whenever she's trying to put it back, it opens. And I was repeating it for 3 hours, and he said, they all got angry. They said, this is not a good symptom. We renounced our home, and here he is telling us, Baju band khul khul jaye, Baju band khul khul jaye. There is no end. He said, then what do you think? He said, he should be beaten up. They decided, okay, decision is yours. So, that string, Tanpura, it was made 5 feet, rare to get that. So they caught hold of it, and first they broke it. But they knew I was strong enough and I could handle anybody physically. So first they did, son, we like to have your measurement. So how could they take measurement? So I stood on the tree like this, and now you can measure me. By that time they brought rope and they tied me with the rope, 3-4 people. I was tied up for 4-5 hours, and they broke my Tanpura. And I said, Master, nobody can do this. And he's quiet sitting inside, he's not telling them anything. And I was outside. I was getting angry, but I was helpless because I was tied up. Otherwise I would have, gone, taken off. I don't want to say something which happened after that. I urinated on my pants because they wouldn't release me. 5-6 hours. And anybody would come and beat me up. I promise that you are not going to sing in the morning. In the morning you culture your voice by saying, So, instead 1 hour, 3 o'clock when we sit in Samadhi, you are saying, what is this going on? And then when you sing the songs of, women, and we have renounced the world, so you better do it. And during those days, I could cultivate my voice in a way. I have still tape, when I used to sing. He did not know that I used to sing in radio. I changed my name, I had my nickname, and I used to sing and get money, enough money. So somebody came and said to my master, Sir, wonderfully, you have prepared that voice. Which boy? Say, Brahmacharya ji, what does he do? So he dances wonderful. So what? Where did you see his dance? In the town hall in New Delhi. We raised funds, Dr. Vaishnav and me. He got very disturbed. And he said, dance is nothing. But he sings wonderful. So where have you heard his? Through radio. Does he sing in radio? He said, yes. Kabir Das Bhajan, he sings very well. He loves to sing. He kept quiet. He allowed him to go away. He called me. He never did that before. Took out his cane and he started beating me up anywhere on my body. And harshly. And said, you have disappointed me in my life. So what have I done? Had you told me not to sing, I would have stopped. And he said, if you take up anything, take up seriously and complete it. So I am doing that. He said, bring the Ganges water. I brought the Ganges water, put it in my hand. I said, do the sankalpa. I will not sing before 1985. You know, if you tell a young man, I will not get married before I am 70, means you never get married. You see. And that. I said, you don't have to beat me for doing this. You tell me and I will not do this. No, I had to do this. Finally, I had to stop that. So whenever I heard any music, I used to do this or go away. Then I started writing poems and making paintings. He threw away my paintings and tore my poems. Hello, Shakespeare, how are you? He used to say, you know. Nothing, meditation. After you have learnt and gone through analyzing these arts, fine arts, now I'm giving you. Painting is a very good subject, but he told me one thing. He said, suppose you have painted beautiful donkeys, many donkeys playing around, you can hang in your living room. But will you allow a living donkey to come to your living room? Will you? No, you won't like that. So this is the worth of your arts, he said. How far can you sing? How many people can you amuse? I said, I don't amuse anybody, I sing for myself. He said, sing for yourself mentally. See, what is this expressing dance in this? I said, you sent me to the school where these are taught. What can I do? So he told me, the finest of all is meditation. If you really want to, if you really want to express yourself, then express yourself fully during meditation, with full devotion, perfect control, with all your intelligence. These expressions are external. The meditative expression is internal. One thing. This is directly training the mind. You see. So anything you do, you should do things in the world. You cannot remain without doing things. But those things should train your mind too. So the path that is followed by the monks or renunciates, that's called samaya. So there are three paths, three schools. Those who are the worshippers in the external world, they are called kaula. And those who have awareness that there is something beyond this world, as Kashmir Saivism says, what is God? That which is not the world is called God, they say. You will have to deny first that this world is not God, then you will know what God is. So second is Mishra, third is Samaya. The renunciates give diksha to their students on this path. And one of the finest part of diksha, means initiation, is upward traveling. When the student is ready, when he is eager to know this, then upward traveling. Who travels upwards? Shakti. You see. Then there is no way of traveling downward. Or, if Shakti travels downward, then it is under your conscious control. Never beyond that. Never unconscious control. I told you, Sambhavi Diksha is highest of that, when a great sage suddenly does something and you are totally transformed. Balmik's life was transformed. Paul became Saint Paul because of that transformation. In all traditions there had been such cases. With Jesus, with Moses, total transformation. Vivekananda, Nanak Dev, all these great sages, they had Shambhavi Diksha. Diksha was given, initiation was given directly by Shiva or through Guru. Guru gives Shaktipata. Now you always talk about Shaktipata, it has become a gimmick in these days. So those who do not want to do lazy bombs, say we don't have to do anything, our Guru is so powerful, he will give us some Shakti. Nothing. That's not true. Shaktipata comes when you have made full efforts and then you do not know what to do. There you find plateau. Don't know how to go beyond that. Then you approach your teacher that I cannot go beyond this. And he says, go make more efforts, and yet nothing happens. Then you cry. And sometimes say, perhaps my teacher also doesn't know how to go beyond this. There was a great seer, Rishi, in ancient times, Vedic period, who was called Kanav. He was called Kanav because he made all the efforts, and he could not attain. So he started crying. That's why he is called Kanav, Krandan. Then dawned the wisdom, and then he was perfectly, satisfied. So what the teachers do? Teachers give, Shaktipata is not considered as Diksha. It's the Kripa of Guru. But what Guru can do, I want you to see something, I brought a light and you are closing your eyes. How can I show you light? I say, open your eyes, I'll show you light. He said, no, I am very comfortable and I don't want to see. But yet I want Shaktipata. For that you have to open your eyes too. You see. When you are in tune, when you have all your desires are swallowed by only one desire to meet thee in that situation, then someone comes to touch us. In front of our Rishikesh ashram, many of you have seen, when it was small one-room ashram, a leper came. From morning till evening he would give me bad names. And mother and father, dirty bad names. And it was very unpleasant. One day I went with folded hands and said, what have I done to you? You are giving me bad names. He said, but you are a Swami. You don't exist. You don't have mother, you don't have father, you don't have brother, you don't have friend. Why are you feeling bad? He told, I said, it's all right what you are saying, this is all knowledge. He said, apply that knowledge. Why did you become a Swami if you are feeling bad? I used to serve him. And it came in my mind that let me serve him more so that he's quiet. But the more I serve him, the more he would say things, dirty things. You are a devil and you are anything he would say. And from morning till evening, anybody came and he would definitely say something. And just in front of my ashram, and if I did not bring fruits or water or milk on time, he will double his speed. One day I cried in front of him. He said, no, you are not perfect Swami, so don't cry. Why should you cry? One day suddenly a Swamiji came. A very tall man, 6 feet, 7 inches, like tall, wouldn't wear anything. He called Bala. I said, sir, can you give me something to eat? I said, immediately. Whatever is there left, come on, give me the left out. And this man started giving bad names. So who is that? I said, there is a leper. He's a constant headache to me. What can I do? I've been looking after him for 2-3 years, but he wouldn't stop. He jumped the barbed wire fence. There were thorns, bushes, and kicked him. And I did not like his kicking. The Swami should not do that. He kicked him so hard, jumped in the river Ganges and crossed the river and went away. Do you know? He was completely cured. That leper. He became very silent. There was no pus in his body. Now I started, instead of looking this, what has happened, I started searching for that Swami. Send people to other side of the bank, this side and that side. Never got. Never met him again in my life. What was this? Perhaps he was prepared to be cured. And in one kick he cured him. One kick. But that was quite a hard kick. So if you are prepared to have a hard kick in life, last kick in life, and if you are fully prepared, it is possible. I don't forget that. I tried my best to see. I went to all akhadas from where I could take, all the centers, all the institutes. I never saw him. Nobody ever gave me description. He ate his lunch with me. He talked to me. So when he heard somebody, he said, what is this noise coming? I said, there is a leper. I look after him, but he gives me bad names. Half of the chapati he left and he jumped and kicked him and went away. And that man, then that leper is just still alive. Completely cured. Cries for him, but he has not met him too. Sometimes rarely such things happen because of the past sanskaras, because of the God's grace. But in orderly way, there is a method of initiation which is called upward traveling. In upward traveling, vigorous pranayama exercise, not breathing, pranayama exercise, is taught with certain bandhas, and then the fluid that is secreted by the ovaries or testes, that starts going upwards. You see, in medical science also, I compare because I know something about it. In certain cases, doctors take blood from this and inject on another arm. Certain cases. So when I analyzed it, I found it perfect. That type of initiation and diksha is rarely given by the teacher to a rare student, which is very helpful. Sometimes a student like to abstain from sexual activity, but his dreams disturb him. And in dream, he does the same thing which he is trying to avoid. Such nightmares suddenly disturb your sadhana. And you completely forget your vows, completely forget that you are not supposed to do it. And dream is as real as waking state. Suppose you are a king during your waking state. And in dream you find yourself becoming a donkey. And you remain in that state for half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. What a terrible thing. You cannot say dreaming state is no reality. It has its reality. So sometimes the sadhakas are affected by their dreams, though outside, externally, they are following all the rules. Waking state is under your conscious control, but not dreaming state. For such sadhakas, this method of upward traveling is very helpful. Those who have decided not to, those who have decided and there is no necessity, those who say now there is no necessity in life, then they like to travel this upward, have this diksha, upward traveling. This is useful in the cases of monks who live far away in the monasteries. So there are 2-3 exercises. All teachers do not know this. This is a disturbance for the renunciates. This is not disturbance for the householders. Yes, many householders have that problem.
The lecture continues.
Wife is lying next to them, they don't say this, I am saying this to you. Because I have consulted many cases and I was sorry to hear this. Yet the man, mostly man, by nature polygamist, finds himself, you see, having dream with other woman. You see. This is a disease. This is not a simple disease, this is a serious disease. And he is very honest physically to his wife. So, external behavior alone is not considered to be honesty. Gita says, mithyachari sochate. If your mind is roving in the grooves, you are married, you are happily married, you are committed to somebody, yet your mind is roving in the grooves of sexuality, you are not considered to be honest. Now, mind is such a thing, anything will come in the mind. What do you do during that time? You should learn to ask your mind to let go. There was a man who asked Swami, "Sir, what is the difference between you and me? I eat, you go to bathroom, I also go to bathroom, you sleep, I sleep, I don't find any difference. Your requirements are exactly like my requirements. You are called Swami and I am not." He said, "Son, there is a difference. Any thought that comes in your mind, you cling to it, I don't allow it to be in my mind. That is the difference. That's why I am called Swami. That's why you are not called Swami." When you are able to have perfect control over your thinking process and will not allow any such thought which is disturbing to you, which is not helping you, then you have established orderly mind. Such a mind will not disturb you, or rather will help you on certain realms. So when the teacher sees all these hurdles and barriers, he initiates on the path of, when a student says, when he is crossing 65, 70, and says, "I have seen, now I like to, please give me, I find this difficulty," then this initiation is given. Upward traveling for the trend of the mind and is downward. That's the point. And it's something literal, biological. It is done. It is taught. Now, I told you that I am going to teach you something called mana prakshalanam. What is the best way of purifying your mind? There is. In the school of Samaya, second is Mishra, I told you. Scholar. Modern people like to follow, and they follow this path. Very few people follow this, yet have bhukti and mukti both. But in the March Samaya, Samaya means I am with you. When you are conscious that Lord is with you all the time, you have attained something. First thing is, Lord is in me. That enforcement should be done wisely, lovingly. I am a shrine of Lord and Lord is in me. Second point, constantly aware of Lord's presence. So in this path there is a constant awareness of Lord's presence, Mother Divine's presence. That's what is called Samaya. I am with you. When you are fully aware, then that the Lord, the Mother Divine is with me. Then it's called path of Samaya. You don't use these paths. Then this above, you see, where you find first Agya Chakra. Then your puja, your worship moves, or after you have done the worship, you meditate on the Agya Chakra. Mind has a tendency not to be inside a circle. It likes all other figures but not circle. It hates. But here mind is so much Panchopchar, Shodasopchar puja has been done that mind has been trained to meditate on it. Here you will find sometimes you have glimpse of the past, most of the time, and sometimes about future, because mind has two tendencies. Mind often runs to the grooves of the past, and on the basis of the past experiences, mind does something, and then fathoms to the future. In this process, mind does not know how to be here and now. This is the point. But as long as you are concentrating on one point, what is actually literally, how do you explain to anybody, somebody intellectual, what meditation means? You should know. If you are a meditator, you should come out with a definition. A thought comes, another thought comes, another thought comes, another thought comes. One after another, many thoughts comes. But there is always a space between two thoughts. Not to allow space is called meditation. Only one thought. One thought, persistently one thought is meditation. If you allow one thought to come and then another thought to come, another, it could be contemplation, but it's not meditation. No thought is allowed to come, only one. Is it, what do you do during that time? A thought comes, or do you repulse, or do you get angry, or do you use your force? Many of you get, if you have a hidden camera and just sit down and meditate, you will find yourself a fool, making many, many faces. Swamiji said, no thoughts. Why this thought has come? Okay, if you come again, I'll see. Hundreds of faces you make. And then after seeing that, you say, I was all right without meditation. Why did I do this problem? Suddenly you remember something which you cannot speak. There are many things in your life which you have never spoken to anybody. You are afraid what people will think about you. You are afraid of the opinions of others. Because you have asked, you have been leading life for others. Because nobody teaches you how to live for yourself. You always, what others will think. You wear good clothes not for yourself. Otherwise you would have worn good clothes in your bathroom. Because you are the best there, all alone. And even for home, you don't wear good clothes, you wear just a gown and remain with you. For your people, you don't wear good clothes. You wear good clothes for others, for the sake of others' opinion. You speak sweet words for others. Even to enemy, you said, how are you? You hate him. So you are, in the world, you are taught to go with the opinions of others. But at the same time, you should learn to form your own opinion, to execute your own opinion, to express your own opinion. That's very important for you to do that. So there should be some way, one after another you have done many things, and when you have not learned how to isolate yourself from your deed, action, you know, if you study British law, it's the most ancient law in the modern world. Both British and French law study how the thieves and robbers are convicted. They say, we are not, oh man, we are not convicting you. We are punishing you for your deeds, not you. You are different from your deed. So when you are constantly identifying yourself with your deed, you will suffer. During meditation, you are not allowed to do that. Otherwise, it's not meditation. So there is a method in Samaya. Those who are learning on the path, it will be very helpful for them. Here on the space between the two eyebrows, this is called in Sanskrit, what is it called, Lord Shankar? Brekote. What is it called? Yeah, Trikote. Three means three lines, equilateral triangle here, you see. What do you do when you go to the therapist? You say, this is my problem, help me. If you don't say how a therapist can help you, but there are many things which you cannot tell your therapist. Many things. No matter how truthful you are, how nice your doctor and therapist, you don't say. 2/3 of your personality is never known to anybody. You always keep it to yourself, and you don't try to know it also, because you think it's unpleasant. I have not seen anybody in the world who speaks the way he thinks, otherwise he will be landed in asylum. The way you think, if you start saying whatever you think, next day you will be tied up, round up, put in the hospital. Whatever you think, that is your private business, but whatever you have to say, it has something to do with others also. You know. Suddenly in my mind, out of animosity comes, you are stupid, and I say, you are stupid, you will slap me, then and there. So all thoughts are not translated the way we want through our speech and actions. The best of the therapist is this science which teaches you how to apply that therapy which no one can help you. It has been very helpful, I am telling you that. I never had a therapist. And I am a human being like you. But I see you suffering on account of such things. You come to me and say you have guilt. And you never ask, Swamiji, do you have guilt? Did you ever have guilt? You are a human being. I will say no. You should ask why. Why did you not have as a human being? Why do I have? I will answer you. When I sit down, as I told you, keeping my head, neck and trunk straight, I pay attention towards my body and nothing else. Not to breath, nothing else, just to body. Because I am attending my body. When my body is steady and still, I don't think of it. I pay attention towards my breath and not to my body. Because I have trained my mind that way. And how did I train my mind? My master, you see, it's easy to train. You see. Suppose mind says, Rama, pick up this chalk. Is it needed? No. Why should I pick up? I don't want to pick up. Okay, mind, if you want to pick up, go and pick up. I will not move my hand. At least my hand I can see, I don't see you. So my master said, start doing this. When I was young, he said, any woman you see, young woman, think of your mother. And that idea vanished. This way, many things were taught to me during that time. Don't ever say that no human being on the earth, anybody who is human being, doesn't commit mistake. This is not true. It's hypocrisy, and that's not true. We all can commit mistakes. But those who go on repeating mistakes, they are weak human beings. They don't come to that category. They are not strong people. My sitting this way could hurt you. But if I find that it is hurt and it's not acceptable, perhaps I will not sit this way, I will change my posture. Okay. What do you mean by that guilt? Why do you suffer from that guilt? Is it your habit? That you are sick of your habit and you cannot change? Is it your willpower that you don't have willpower if you want to do something and yet you are not able to do? And you are constantly doing something which you are not supposed to do, which you think is bad according to you, and then you start condemning yourself instead of appreciating, admiring yourself. I tell you, I can tell you with complete certainty, no cancer can ever occur without agony in the mind. Not possible. Not possible. Cancer is created by mind. A serious disease like cancer. Any disease which is considered to be cancerous or impossible disease, mind is involved in it. Can that mind be trained to cure? Yes. Then why mind does not cure? By that time mind is made over to cure. It becomes so weak that it loses its capacity. It's difficult to rehabilitate such a mind. If you break somebody's legs so brutally and then try to rehabilitate, it's so difficult. Mind has capacity to cure, but mind, I used to do it. I used to create, and on my body there are many such knife marks. I used to create consciously tumor, test it, and it is malignant, you see. And then there was nothing. Your mind, you can create that mentally. Whatever you want, you do it. Why don't? You can create disease. All these diseases are your creation. Otherwise, it would be a common disease for all. Why to only individual? That individual is creating disease and not. So this should be seen. When mind is learned to be, how mind over matter, and with the help of breath, to understand the twin laws of life, perhaps it will be helpful for you. So there is a therapy the teacher teaches. This is called, the highest of all fires is called jnana fire, jnana, knowledge, fire of knowledge. All fires are petty in front of that. Jnana, knowledge. And for that knowledge, fire of knowledge, we could call it Guru. Guru means that which dispels the darkness of ignorance is called Guru. It's a fire, it's a knowledge. So particularly this is called Jnana Chakra or Guru Chakra on Trikuti here. Just put your thumb here. No, you see me, what I am doing. And then from it starts Trikuti. You see. So Trikuti he starts here. So after you have attained still posture, serene breath, and you start dealing with your mind, manha prakshalana comes. How to purify your mind. Finest of all therapy, no therapist in the world can do such a good job. You sit down, you ask your mind, now recall all the thoughts. If you sit down one day and find out how many good things have you done in your life, it will be difficult for you to remember. It will be easy for you to remember how many odd things you have done. Mind will bring thousands and thousands and thousands of odd things. So that which you think, many times you think something odd, it's not. According to your knowledge and growth, sometimes you take something very seriously, which you should not. But what to do? That's your habit. I am not beautiful, you say. Who says that you are not beautiful? Others? But you are you. You are the most beautiful in the world. There is no one that can be compared. Learn to appreciate yourself. I am not a good person. Why? I have many guilt feelings. You have simply learned bad things, that is called storage, hoarding things. So after you have learned how to sit, then dealt with it, you come with your mind. First thing you do it. Ask your mind to sit here. Anything that comes, that something comes, you should offer it to the fire of knowledge. Now, suppose I have stolen something no one knows, and I feel guilty that I shouldn't have stolen that. That thought comes, well, you are sitting in meditation, how about that thought? How about that deed of yours? You are not fit for meditation. Suppose such a thought comes, offer that thought to the fire of knowledge. You have offered it once. Once you give it to somebody, you don't say, give it to me. Give me my thing back. No, you don't say that. One after another, you offer all the thoughts that coming to you, all the thoughts coming to you, offer to the fire of knowledge. This way, if that thought which you have offered already comes to you, it will not come in ugly form and you can say, but I have already offered you to the fire. How do you exist? Why are you coming to me again? From where? Oh, it's not really thought. It's just a simple memory. It's just like that rope which has tied you, it is burnt. It has no power to tie, though it leaves its ashes. This way you can remove, you can be free from your negativity. Then you have a confidence. I have given all such thoughts, offered such thoughts. I have given all the oblations, to this fire. In this mentally, first thing is to evoke Guru Chakra, to evoke this fire, now fire of knowledge. You see. And then offer all the thoughts. There are three main layers of the thoughts in your mind. Deeply buried, which you are not aware of, latent, whom you can awaken according to the situation, and there are day-to-day thoughts. In this process, they say, it's very easy to get rid of all these thoughts and go beyond the mire of thoughts. And they are successful. It's a very successful therapy, more successful therapy. Where is that fire? The fire of knowledge is there, through which you think, through which you decide, through which you do things in your daily life. It's there. And then you come down to your Ajna Chakra, which is called gateway to the city of life. So I told you the order, how to sit steadily and comfortably, how to breathe, and then how to think. those thoughts which are injurious to you directly, which are creating complex, which are creating problems, because such thoughts might come, you see, express themselves through diseases which are not curable. Because they are your personal thoughts. How doctors and world know? By that time they analyze, another disease comes. The catalogue of diseases is coming, you are knowing today. You see. All the diseases cannot be known through scientific methods. There are diseases which are subtler than that, Cannot be analyzed yet. They need more analysis, they need more probing. Therefore, this therapy is 100% accurate. Self-therapy. When you have done this, then your mind is brought down, focused on this point. I told you, why do you want to see something? For seeing something, please open your eyes. For not seeing, please close down your eyes. That's the point. You see? I see you, I don't feel bad. You are all wonderful. Now I close my eyes. If I see you, what I'll say? Hey, don't come in my mind. It means your attitude is not right. Attitude for meditation should also be, which is called Sankalpa Shakti. You are determining, no matter what happens, no thought. I fought with my wife a few minutes ago. My time of meditation has come. You are still angry and say what she thinks of herself. I am a provider, I am doing so much, I love her, and she is doing. You see. Sometimes you express your anger during this meditation. Don't do this. You have already done by concentration on Guru Chakra. You decide, determine that I am not going to see anything. For seeing anything, I have eyes, I can use telescope, I can use my glasses. Why do I want to see? Or what is there to be seen? Then, have you ever seen? You call complete darkness? If you just do like that and ask yourself, do you see your fingers? Say no. Okay. Then I say, have you got fingers or not? You said yes. But when you don't see, how do you say yes? What is that which tells you that you still exist in complete darkness? You are not seeing yourself. There is something in you beyond your seeing that makes you realize that you still exist. Who is that experiencer of darkness? Who experiences that this is dark and this is light? That is also light, that still exists. So first determination, today, no matter what happens, nothing should disturb my mind. I will not worry for anything. Yet, Tattva will bring forward their colors. If it comes and goes, doesn't matter. Pay attention towards your focal point. It has many meanings. You can interpret this circle, this circle could be a dark hole. Interpretation. This can be a circle. This can be a pit. You see. So here inside this point here, when I told you to just meditate on this point, just on the complete darkness, then you start seeing the light within, from within. You can even attain a state which is called, without eyes you can see things, without the help of eyes. This is 100% true what I am telling you. Without mind you can attain reality. Because with mind you cannot. With this sort of mind that you have, no. Either you train or then you completely forget that you have mind, then you can attain. Mind has a domain, it works only in certain field. Mind cannot work beyond. And you have to go beyond. So you'll have to drop mind, whether it is pure, impure or disciplined. Impure mind does not allow you to go up to that stage. Pure mind gives up there, say, I cannot go beyond this, and does not disturb you. A good mind, trained mind, orderly mind is that mind which does not create obstacles for you, which has stopped creating obstacles for you. And when you want to use it in the world, it should be used. When you don't want to use it, don't use it. But during meditation, it should not disturb you. That is a serious problem that is over if you have consciously asked all the thoughts coming and offering their thoughts in the fire here. Jnana chakra or Guru chakra, what you call. There is another chakra, where the yoga is taught. This is between Guru chakra and this. Another small chakra that is called Soma chakra. You know, Soma ordinarily means juice of the herbs, wines prepared from the herbs. And when I made research on this, I found out the Soma is a creeper. It's a succulent. You know, in cacti family there are two things, cactus and succulent. It comes from succulent. And it is grown on three levels. At tea, low-grown tea and high-grown tea, there is difference. Highest grown, the best flavor, low grown, the best color. So highest grown tea is something rare. You see. Soma, creeper. What that Soma, they used to prepare Soma and drink it, literally. Soma wine. There's so much literature in Rig Veda about it. But the yogis say we don't have to go anywhere outside, we have enough Soma inside. They tap Soma chakra. They get that divine intoxication. What that divine? Whatever they experience here, they become intoxicated and remain in that intoxication whole day. And that's why ordinary people in India, to such people, say this man is crazy. But he is in his meditation all the time. You meet many people which are not understood by others, you see. Because they enjoy, they are in their so much intoxication. So they do. Soma. What that Soma does it? Constant awareness. And in Soma you are constantly aware that you don't think of anything. That intoxication is like that. But this Vidya is not attainable without the help of a competent teacher who has already done this. As your physical body needs nutritious food, cleansing habits, exercises, and not doing things beyond your capacity, your breath needs to be serene, not shallow. Your mind needs to be purified. Your mind is purified. Then such a purified mind is no more obstacles, then you can go beyond to the fourth step. God bless you. Peace, peace, peace. Happy.